the meeting to order. And the first item on the agenda, rather than me welcoming you to the meeting, I'll turn it over to Superintendent Basler.
Good morning, everybody. I appreciate that.
Order. And the first item on the agenda, rather than me welcoming you to the meeting, I'll turn it over to Superintendent.
This would be a long
Basler.
meeting.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Thank
morning,
you so
everybody.
much.
I appreciate.
This is weird. Okay.
So sorry. We're ready.
No, we're good. Good morning, everybody. It is a pleasure to welcome you here. I trust that everyone is back in school and having a great start. Today is officially the first day of school for our last school. Mandan is starting today. And so because of the new high school building, but now we are officially have all of our school doors open and our kids are back in the hallway. Some of you have been doing it for this will be your third week already. So got lots of experience. I'm very excited to have this meeting. I think we're going to get a lot done today. We have accomplished a lot. I've been fielding a lot of questions from my colleagues around the nation about what we're doing and how we're doing it. And once again, North Dakota is truly leading the way in its framework and its discussion and the people that it's including, and actually the approach that we are taking to looking at the big picture. This didn't happen with one contributing factor. Our teacher recruitment and retention issue did not happen with one contributing factor, and it's not going to be solved with one solution. And so the approach that we're taking is unique and actually catching the attention of many others across the nation. So I feel that the solution is here in front of us. As always, North Dakotans are faced with challenges and issues, and we come together and we face those challenges and issues together and come up with multiple solutions. So very excited to be with all of you this morning in person, and I will turn it back to Luke to set us on our way.
Thanks, Superintendent Basler. And multiple solutions is right. We have a lot of recommendations that we've pared down, sorted through, prioritized. We have more of that work to do. But before we get into the process for recommendation, I just want to set a slight framing for everyone. We're here because current methods for teacher retention and recruitment are not currently meeting the demands in North Dakota. So that's why we're here. That's the purpose, the problem that we're facing. I want to ask you guys a question, and Katie and Kristen and Maria are going to freak out a little bit because I'm going to divert from the agenda in the first 7 minutes. So that'll be perfect. But our mission is to develop and provide recommendations to the governor's office, superintendent's office, so that we can address some of these teacher recruitment and retention efforts. We are going to be reviewing the recommendations first off this morning. We are going to be reminded of what we did during the working groups. Most of us were able to participate in one or more of those meetings. As we transition, we're going to spend time really workshopping the language, not wordsmithing, but workshopping. So I'm just going to leave that there, and we'll explain more the difference between workshopping and wordsmithing a little later. But so don't get your red pens all the way out yet. You were supposed to do that before you came. And then we're going to have an official vote on the recommendations that we finish with, so that we find ourselves in good consensus about what we can recommend. So let's get started. We had our working group meetings this last few weeks, and we formed 3 basic themes: working conditions, professional value and support, and flexible funding. And with each of them, we found some topics that needed to be addressed as it relates to teacher retention and recruitment. So we're going to start off by digging into those recommendations. But before we do that, I want to ask you to take 60 seconds. I outlined the framework that we're here because our current efforts in teacher retention and recruitment aren't fitting the bill. What problem do we want to solve across all of this work? Is there anything more specific than what we're doing currently isn't working? So I'm going to give you 60 seconds to just think about that. And we're going to take a few minutes to throw out some of our thoughts. Are we facing a problem that is a little more specific than our current efforts aren't working? Okay, that's 60 seconds. So your brain got a short amount of time to think. Is there a problem any more specific than what we're doing isn't working as well as we want it to?
Being competitive. As a profession, are we competitive enough in terms of when a teacher sees all the other professions that they could do? How is this one the one that they want to stick with? I don't know that we are competitive enough when it comes to how we care for and keep teachers in the profession.
Thanks.
If first I want to thank Luke for having this discussion. I think we're better positioned to answer these questions when we do have a clearly defined problem statement. But I thought of some, we have to ensure that we're creating conditions in which the profession of education and teachers know they are valued and they're recognized in that value. And then, I also thought about compensation and benefit structures that, that articulate that value and are commensurate to the value of that position. Something like that. I didn't have enough time to, should have given me 2 minutes. I maybe could have figured it out.
Thanks, Rob. Ashley?
I'll piggyback off of, I was on the same line as Rob and Aaron. I was thinking about culture. And do we have the culture and education to recruit and to sustain careers?
I also agree. I also think that we need to have colleges and schools talk and look at what the actual requirements are of what an educator is today. It's not the same as it has been. And we need to start thinking about what it looks like within the schools. It's not the same as it was when I had a teacher, when some of you had teachers. We need to reevaluate what the teaching profession looks like today.
So I might just offer that our problem that we're facing is a little more clearly defined in that because the job has changed and our current methods are not meeting the demands of North Dakota's education workforce, we need to address the questions of, are we competitive enough? Are we attractive enough? Is the profession valued enough? And is the culture such that it can recruit and sustain teachers? Does that sound like that can help us focus? The reason that I wanted to start there is as we go through, we have a lot of recommendations. We don't have a lot of time. So we want to measure our recommendations against this problem to make sure that we're addressing the problem that we're setting out to address. So I'm certain Katie was able to collect what I said in some manner. So we'll revisit that problem statement. But let us dive into the recommendations. We aren't going to make any changes just yet. So if you have ideas, make sure you have them written down. But here are the working group themes: working conditions, professional value and support, and flexible funding. We recognize that there were areas under each of these that we could be addressing. And we recognize there were specific recommendations that we could provide within these. If we think about working conditions, professional value and support, and flexible funding, are those the categories that help us address our kind of problem of practice? Is everyone in agreement that those three can help us really solidify what we're doing? I see a lot of head nods, and that works for me for consensus. So Katie, if you could jump to the next slide. we had a lot of pre-reading for this. Hopefully you got some time to spend in that. In working group condition or working conditions, we had these 5 different possible recommendations that we would be starting with. One related to educator childcare in schools, one related to pre-service requirements, one for accountability and transparency reporting, one for the incentivization of basically a reduced teacher pay scale, and one that encouraged collaboration across state agencies to increase student mental health supports and resources. So before we leave this, what I'd like to do is ask, what we have written here, is that the intent of what we were discussing? In the way that we have it written, is that what we meant? I'd like us to have our starting recommendations actually mean what we want them to mean. So let's take a look just at that first one, reducing red tape for educator childcare in schools and increase incentives for offering childcare in schools with childcare deserts. Is that what we meant?
So I'm gonna say when I think about working conditions and when I was thinking about working conditions, what I see here is very specific Band-Aids to current conditions that we have in our schools. That these are very specific moment in time issues. Childcare, behavioral health, that's a large issue. But truly, when I was thinking of working conditions, I was thinking much more broadly that our educators, specifically our classroom teachers, were feeling very isolated and very alone to manage 6.5 hours of a day, 5 days a week. And I know that I'm drawing on public impact and the pilot that Fargo Public Schools and Northern Cass are doing right now with the next education workforce and the lead teacher. And so I think until we truly address the isolation and the working condition that is not making us competitive, because we have young people going through a school system now that is created on collaboration and they're constantly working in groups, and suddenly they're in a profession. It will be the first time in their entire life that they are suddenly in a room alone for 6.5 hours a day with maybe 30 minutes of PLC time in a way that so that's, I was thinking much more broadly, but
Superintendent Basler, so I think you'll find that's alluded to in a different section a little bit about the teacher leadership pathway. But I do think that, Luke had talked about too is, when we did that one activity with all the charts and we had hundreds of sticky notes, right? We're not going to get rid of the ones that didn't rise to the top. Hunt will list all of those so we see the full brainstorm session of everything that was discussed. But I think from what I understood, while I think that a new iteration of tile, it wouldn't be tile, but it'd be a new concept, is in the professional value and support. I don't know that the specifics were what rose to the top as far as a priority from discussions, but maybe I'm off.
Thanks, Maria. And I think that's a really good point. One thing, perhaps I should have mentioned it at the very forefront, is our recommendations will go on to the governor's office. And I don't know if you know this, but the governor's office puts together the budget that he proposes to the state relatively soon. And they'll also go to the Department of Public Instruction for them to understand, here's what a broad group of people work through to figure out for priority recommendations. However, everything else we talked about are still thoughts and ideas out there for things that need to be addressed. We just couldn't come up. We either didn't have the time to address it, didn't know how to address it, or it was outside of our onus of control. So they will still be listed. Legislators will be able to see them during the session. Obviously, Superintendent Basler and the governor will have those. They are not forgotten, I guess I'm saying. So I think that's a really good point, Superintendent Basler, that feeling of isolation and being the only adult that they might interact with in a day. My wife tells me all the time, you got to talk to adults today. I didn't. So I think that's a good note. And if you look at bullet number 3, increase accountability and transparency reporting related to employee job satisfaction, perhaps that speaks to it, but rather than reporting, is it increase employee job satisfaction? Is that what we're really after instead of transparency and reporting? So really, really great point. And if we can figure out how to make these say something that we mean. Remember, we're not wordsmithing. I just want to make sure these are actually saying what we mean, so we know if we're going to rule them out or not. Rob?
Maria, can I have some clarity on, I want to make sure that I understand what you meant. Are you saying that you don't feel like that should be an area of focus or a goal? I wasn't quite connecting with what you were communicating.
I think what Superintendent Basler is looking for, and I don't mean to speak for you, but is in a different section. So I think the intent is there to support, right, a different type of workforce. But what I was saying is it just, that proposal or that conversation, when we learned about.
That's appropriate in working conditions as a category, not the idea.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think also there's ways that the department is choosing, right, to support schools to do that, but it's also schools have to choose to do it, right? So it's, I think also the locus of control a little bit, but.
So all I'm looking for here is, yes, this is what we meant for these 5. That way, when we go through and say we're getting rid of this, we know what we're getting rid of.
Luke,
Yes.
can you hear me?
I
Okay.
can, yes. Excellent.
First of all, I want to apologize for not being there in person. My wife and I are celebrating our 49th wedding anniversary, and we are on a trip that was planned over 2 years ago. And that's something that we just couldn't cancel. So I hope you understand, but I'm happy to be a part of this by Zoom, and I want to thank everyone for allowing me that opportunity. So, with that said, on that section, we're talking about working conditions. The first bullet, we talk about reducing red tape barriers. Will it be the intent that we will give specifics on those? So, for example, if the legislature has to do some things or Superintendent Basler's area has to do some things, just asking that question, because I think that would be helpful for all the entities, because they may have a different interpretation of what a working condition is, but I think it would be important for us to kind of, not that we list every single thing, but just wanted to get your thoughts, everybody, on that, if that's some specifics in some of these areas.
Yeah, that's a great question, Representative Swantek. So I think what the intent would be is once this group decides what are kind of the final priorities, it really, I think, is then the next step for the governor, Superintendent Basler, to then figure out, I think, what they want to, what they choose to move forward and kind of champion, what legislators choose to move forward and champion, but specifically to the red tape pieces, that would be, we would help to organize a conversation with Health and Human Services, and, their licensing team to start talking about, right, how do we start to break down some of the silos? And, Senator Davis is a huge champion of some of this work. He gets it from helping to facilitate some of that work in his previous role. So I think we would then take it to the next level of trying to get the right people around the table to start having the conversations about what is the actual barrier, and what can we do to try to take more of those away so that this becomes more of a reality, if that makes sense.
Sure. Thank you for that.
And Representative Swantek, during a section of today, we will be breaking into some small groups.
Okay.
Just like in classes, we'll have some folks who are able to think and talk and write down ideas, and others who will think and talk, and others who will think, and others who will talk. But if some of those people who can do all 5 of those things at the same time, they might be jotting down some of those things, you know, like John Porter and I had a discussion just yesterday that the way that we view safety for a childcare center and a school is very different. So putting a childcare center in a school is ridiculously hard. Two different processes that are needed. So those are the types of ideas that people might be able to jot down as we're going through this, because Hunt Institute is really good at keeping a lot of information in front of us. So, Rob.
Probably the one I would exhibit the most concern about is the third one: increase accountability and transparency reporting related to school employees' job satisfaction. I don't think awareness to the problem is the issue. I think it's, do we have the level of supports that we need to enact and strategize around what those changes should be? So I'm not really sure what accountability and transparency reporting would look like for job satisfaction. But I, like I said, I don't feel like that's the problem. I think we know that there are issues, and I think we know that there are things that we can do differently. I think it's more about, what should I do? You know, what are other districts doing, or what could happen that could help me address that particular issue? I don't think it's, I don't think we can mandatorily survey our way to improved school culture or job satisfaction. I think it's about, you know, creating a system in a school and an organization in which you can strategize around what are the particular issues that in your district or probably in your building that you need to address. So I'm not really sure what that bullet point means, but I know that I don't agree with that.
Is our intent on that one more that we want to develop capacity of schools to increase teacher job satisfaction?
I would say that's a better way that I would envision that statement being.
Maria?
I think and I would love for the teachers around the table to speak. I think one thing that we have heard is the teacher voice is missing in their districts and right. And I'm not saying that we always have to listen to everything and do everything, but there's a lack of a voice. The second piece is, don't disagree, but then how do we know that we're moving the needle? So if we don't have some sort of baseline to show that, hey, the things that we're doing is actually making a difference on the working culture in our buildings to support our teachers so that they feel like they have a voice in the process, then I think it's hard for us to actually see what is moving the needle. So those are the two things that I'm trying to stay focused on, is how do we show improvement and how do we ensure that the teacher voice is heard?
There are already survey questions out there for districts, because we use one and we see that data in the fall and in the spring and see if there's any improvements. So isn't that already available?
I think first, I think Maria makes a really good point. And I'll comment on that a little bit more. Yes, local school districts do, you know, they might use Gallup, they might use something called, you know, My Voice, they might use the program that was funded by the legislature this last year. Our teacher mentoring has, Aaron's group has, you know, surveys and data that they use. So yes, local school district by local school district. So we might have 168 different versions plus. And the programs that are being, you know, instituted in schools may have their own research and their own data. So it's out there, but it's not, when we're tackling a statewide issue, it's difficult to bring all of those together. Maria's point is a really good one, and I don't think we should overlook it and just run right over it, because the legislators are asking more and more specifically and more frequently for evidence and data of what the investment in their dollars are doing. And we just had our senior leadership team meets once every other week. We had that conversation. We had a 4-hour meeting yesterday at the department, and we just really recognize, as we're going through our ESSER, we as a state, we do not do a very good job of grabbing baseline data. We do not approach our problem solving initiatives from a research-based standpoint, where we look at what the problem is, look at what our current data is, set a very specific goal, and then monitor that and monitor the impact that our initiatives have. I don't know, it's being called the pay and pray. Pay for it and pray that it works.
Ashley?
Yeah, so I'm gonna kind of move on to another bullet, but I think it will go back to this. So Luke, you invited us to share with others and to receive feedback, and I did just that. And I heard a lot of things, and of course, it's probably, first of all, the people who have more time at the beginning of school years are veterans. My new teachers probably, are in their rooms busy. But I did have a lot of people in the middle or end of their career come and say, they already changed our retirement. So I'm looking at incentivizing districts to restrict the number of steps or lanes on the teacher pay scale. You said to talk to teachers. When you talk to teachers, they're bothered by that. And so I'm just speaking on behalf of teachers. I heard all of the experts. I know that there is a gap between year 1 and year 30. I know all of that. I am a little worried about retaining people since we have, done things with retirement already to change how and when people can retire. And so now to change the pay scale, I think that really worries teachers. So I'm more so speaking on their voices. And I think it goes back to their job satisfaction and how they feel they are valued and how they feel it was when they came into the profession versus where they are now.
I think the legislature, from a perspective, and tying into what Maria said, the funding by the state is 70% funding. And I think, as was Superintendent Baesler mentioned it too, the key issue is how do we hold these school districts accountable? And also, what kind of return are we getting from the money that's spent? I don't say that from a negative perspective, but how do we measure that? And I think the culture, I think, is so critical. And you also mentioned about the teachers are frustrated that their voice isn't being heard. Wouldn't this be an avenue to see how the culture is statewide from school districts? I don't think the legislature wants to know specifically I'm only speaking as one. Legislature wants to know what each individual school district is doing and how they're doing, but at least get an understanding as far as what school districts maybe need more assistance, help, or there's a challenge there, whether it's through training of the administrative staff or whatever.
Superintendent Baesler?
So interestingly, to this point, as you try to multitask, there's a headline or a press release that just went out from our auditor's office that said the audit of Department of Health and Human Services finds taxpayers funded $7.26 million grant program ineffective. DHHS administered a program called the Workforce Retention Program. This program was intended to provide workforce retention grants for caregivers across North Dakota who provided home and community-based services to people on Medicaid. To this discussion exactly, we don't want an auditor determining whether our programs are effective or ineffective, in my opinion. And so establishing a baseline on whatever we do as this group, whatever recommendations that we do include the opportunity for us to do progress monitoring and determine our own effectiveness.
Luke, as a school board member, I agree completely. I think school boards across the state want our districts to do everything they can most efficiently and do the best for kids. I'm a little worried that we have to have that accountability. I'm a little worried that if districts, and I think that our district's doing pretty well, that the state would come in and say, you have to do X when it's already working well. So I'm not sure what that looks like, but the baseline data is critical. We do baseline data and everything we monitor from the beginning, from the first day of school. We look at it at Christmas, we look at it in spring. Now, not all districts are doing that. Maybe we need to look at the districts that are doing it well and finding what program they're using and then share that with the rest of districts. Say, here's a model that's already working instead of reinventing the wheel. Because if you think you're doing really well and we're doing everything that you want from DPI to show that we're being accountable, then why make us change when we already have a model that's working. So maybe that would be a place to start and say, what are we doing really well already? And then finding a way to share that and make sure that everyone can feel supported in that. So.
Rob?
I think Patty did a better job of explaining what my thought process was than I did, because that's exactly what I mean. I mean, that's what we do. We have a pretty defined process to do all of the things that have been discussed, you know, time management, teacher voice and decision-making, working conditions. Those are all things that we already do. And we have a process for how we're looking at that at the building level and at the district level. What we see a greater need for, and we're not the only two districts that do that. You know, a lot of districts have different strategic plan goals tied to working conditions. I think where more support is needed is what are others doing? How can we attack this particular problem? We're seeing this in Jamestown. How is West Fargo dealing with that? Those are the supports that we need. I think a lot of the issues in any district, they're different, but they're, I think, pretty well known to everybody that's there. I think what we need is support to address those particular issues in that district.
Brent?
One other thing I just wanted to add with accountability has to come with trust, is that you have to have the working relationship with your teachers and administrators to the superintendent to the board. So it kind of all works together, but if you don't have trust, especially between the board and your superintendent, it all goes away. But you have to be able to fail in order to improve. And I think if you don't have that trust, as soon as you say something didn't go well, the math test really didn't look horrible, and say what happened, and allow them to say, we've got a plan. We're gonna, go back and monitor again. But if you don't have that, I don't care what plan you put in place, it doesn't work. So you have to have that working relationship. So that kind of goes back to the mentoring, that if you don't have good mentors, from the teachers to the administration to the superintendent to the board, they won't flow very well together.
Brent?
So I was just looking at the third point again, and the transparency part of it sticks out to me a little bit. In the last month, or the month and a half before school started in Harvey, in our elementary school, we lost 2 tremendous teachers to other districts. They bought out of their contract or whatever. And our administration did a really nice job pulling all the elementary staff together, brainstorming ideas, all of that. And but at that point, you're really searching. Like, I think we got a J1 teacher that is not working really great right now. And then we filled the other one with teachers taking extra. And that's a problem in itself. But the thing that got me through all this is when the community came in, was hearing about this. We know this is a problem in smaller schools, but this should be happening in Harvey. And I'm saying to them, this is happening all over. This isn't new. Like, people don't understand the seriousness of the situation that these schools, especially rural schools, are facing. I mean, it makes me nervous when you start to look at, we didn't have a single application for that thing there, and people in the community are like, well, what's wrong with Harvey? What are we doing wrong? No, it's not the district. It's the situation as a whole. And I don't, I think that's transparency. I think it's the communities need to know that this is something, because as soon as something doesn't go right in the classroom, they're in there saying, well, how come this isn't staffed properly? So that's my point on that.
Thanks, Brent. We have 2 other working groups, and I only had 20 minutes, so I'm failing so far. Very good discussion, and many of the items, exactly what we need to figure out. What is our intent with these? Because we want to make sure that when we choose the recommendations, they're what we intend. Or when we drop one that's out of a priority, we know that it's because it's what we intend. Professional value and support. Are there any up here that are confusing, or the way that they read is not what we were intending when we discussed them?
So I'd hop in on that first one with the fully fund teacher mentorship across the state for the first 3 years in the profession. My only concern there is through who and what. So if we say mentorship, I've seen a lot of different forms of mentorship across the state, and I've talked to a lot of administrators that say we do some in-house mentorship. So I think that we need to be careful with that and how it's defined.
So being clear to the teacher support system mentorship, that it's not just giving out dollars to.
That would be my concern, that it could be read that as long as you have a mentorship program, you could receive dollars and you could receive dollars. And is that what we want to do? Or do we want to fund the state mentoring program, or do we want to fund everybody's mentoring program in-house?
Rob?
I was just going to say, we had a lot of discussion throughout the course of the meetings too on administrators, and we want to make sure administrators create conditions for our teachers. And we need to make sure, in my opinion, that with the mentorship goal, that it includes that our administrators need mentoring as well. I know it's in there, but I think that's the bottom one deals specifically with instructional practices. You know, and I would want to make sure that our administrators across all areas, you know, have the same level of mentoring support that our teachers do as well.
I think when we talk about mentors, you know, we want to make sure every new teacher gets mentored, but to Kirsten's point, that if we want to monitor it, if it doesn't go through a similar program, it's hard to monitor it if everyone's doing their own. So, I mean, it depends. So if you want to be able to monitor it, I don't know how you can take all of our individual districts and say, what are you doing? I don't know how you're going to get a baseline from that if you don't do it.
And as I look at that one, it's interesting, because the North Dakota has set up our jurisdiction authority so differently. ESPB truly is the one that leads the mentorship work, not the Department of Public Instruction. But now the Department of Public Instruction is managing the funds, have been appropriated the funds for the teacher apprenticeship as well as the principal apprenticeship. So I'm not sure, when we're specifically talking about funding mentorship, should we include in there the Education Standards and Practices Board? To just provide clarity?
Really, really great and very important for us to hold on to these ideas when we're workshopping.
Okay.
To make sure. Yep.
Thank you.
Aaron, I really like, you know, are we talking about any mentorship program, or are we talking about the ESPB program? That's extremely important for us. Any other items in here, Rob?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have a lot. But, and again, I just pull back to the administrators and mentoring again, and there are, you know, for referencing with teachers, there is programming through NDCEL that we might want to consider as well for our principals and our superintendents. But the second bullet, is that what is the intention of that what we discussed with funding a pathway through CTE for, you know, to encourage high school students? I just want to make sure it seems like there could be combined with another goal there in working conditions too. But when we had talked about fully funding those pathways through CTE to ensure that they're offered in more districts, I just want to make sure that there's clarity to what that intent is. It seems like it may be a little bit hard for me to wrap my mind around what that goal is really saying, but is that what we're talking about?
So Rob, I'm trying to not share any clarifications for intent. However, this one was mine, and I wish it said fund CTE intro to teaching at 100%.
Okay,
I wish that's what it said.
That is what. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I recognize there could be lots of other ways that collaboration could happen, but I mean, that's my intent. Fund that. Any other items in this that we want to seek clarification for intent?
I don't know what number 3 means either. What does that mean? What's meant by the cost of a student teacher?
So that happened during our working group, and Jenny, do you want to speak to that a little bit?
I think if I remember correctly, I believe the intent there was that, you know, as a student teacher in their final semester of teacher prep, they're paying regular price tuition, right? But then they're also paying student teaching fees at a lot of the universities. So it's their most expensive semester by far. And a lot of them, we tell them they shouldn't be working during that semester either. So they likely don't have an income to help pay for those items. So I think that's where we were going with that. So to pay either the tuition or to offer a stipend, I don't know that we really finalized what that would look like. I did do a little bit of digging with our financial aid office and learned that if it were to be a stipend that came from the school district, it would likely avoid the issue of impacting financial aid. So I think we'll want to consider that as well. Instead of it coming from the university or from DPI or wherever it would come from, if it came from the school district as a stipend, that'd probably be our best bet. So.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to clarify because covers the cost of a student teacher almost seems like it is not a benefit to the student teacher, but a benefit to the placing district or something. That's how it could be read. That's why I asked the question.
Good clarification. How about flexible funding? Those seem to read fairly straightforward and align with what we were intending. Fantastic. Oh, no, Rob,
Sorry, negative Nancy has something to say. I just don't understand what the second goal is. Health insurance pool for teachers, how's that different from ND Fit? Are we talking a statewide health insurance pool? And if we are, how is that different from what already exists with ND Fit?
Rob, I think you're spot on. And I think the discussion was not every school uses it. So
Right, but
should a
whatever.
study be done to figure out, would it be a cost benefit analysis? If all schools were on something like this, would it be a benefit? Is it cheaper? Is it better? Is it? And that's why I'm glad that the proposed recommendations are up there. Because this would end up being a recommendation for a study, to really study it and say, look at ND Fit, look at PERS, look at people who are individually and figure out what's best.
Well, and it is the intent then of the statement then to consider, I know you're talking about lots of different options, but then would you be saying that there would be one choice for health insurance across the state for teachers? You know, because if that's the intent, I'm not so sure that districts that are self-funded or districts that currently like their existing plans or
That would happen.
that would be, you know, obviously, I think that would provide the opposite effect than what we have now.
Well, I don't know that we can ever know what's going to come out of a legislative study. So respectfully not knowing that answer, but I think and this goes back to a little bit, Ashley, kind of your comments from the first section. I think the part of the push and pull we have to figure out from a state perspective is, you know, we heard a lot in some of our meetings about how do we shift the dollar, right? And the reality of it is, you know, there's not going to be a bunch of money freely flowing into the state to start adding, right, huge amounts to the per pupil payment. I mean, it's just the reality of it, right? And so how do we balance this pot of dollars and start to have it go more directly into the pocket of a teacher, right? And so, you know, you have this whole, right? A teacher this is the amount that a district has set aside for this teacher. But do they need all of these extra side things? Maybe they do, maybe they don't. And I think part of the discussion of this one, Rob, during the working group was great, not trying to tell districts what to do, but how do we help districts to maybe think differently about how they spend a dollar, what those benefits are actually doing for sustainability of their district? And then is there a way to shift that so that it's more in salary versus in all of these other things that we've maybe done over time and kind of gotten ourselves stuck? When we know that $55,000 or $62,000, that does something to a teacher, right? So I think part of this is trying to figure out how do we shift the dollars so that it's more directly in salary and maybe not so much in other things, but I think that was the conversation.
And I don't disagree with that at all. And I appreciate the conversation as somebody that does a lot related to benefits, particularly health insurance benefits. But it does feel a little redundant if we're trying to, reduce replicating or re-replicating things that already exist. It seems, I'm not certain why we would want to do that. Like I said, we have ND Fit now that would seem to be the pathway where districts would go if they are unhappy with the current system and want to reallocate dollars in a better way. I'm not sure what a study would do unless we are talking about creating one health insurance pool that every district is to be a part of. And if that's the issue, I would have significant problems with that because I think we do a pretty good job of managing self-funded plans, at least in my district. I'm sure Patty would feel similar in West Fargo, that we do the very best that we can, and we're able to, be pretty responsive to the needs of our teachers and our administrators through that self-funded plan. I would be pretty concerned about that.
Senator Rummel?
Thank you, Luke. I guess my opinion would be a study could be initiated, and what I would be after there is a self-funded statewide plan. So it's exactly what you don't want me to say like that is the reason I would go to a statewide self-funded plan is that there will be some economic benefit undoubtedly because of the administrative costs for each school district to do their own self-funded plan. You all have a rate, whether you're with Blue Cross Blue Shield or Sanford, whoever you are with. Can you have a better benefit package if you have all the teachers into one? Yes, there's unquestionably you can have a better benefit, and you can have multiple plans within a self-funded plan. Everybody knows you can have an HSA or a fully funded plan sitting right within the same one, and you let the employee choose as to what's best for them. And I think that's what you're after is you want younger employees who are saying, hey, I want an HSA and I want to be able to, the health savings account is much better for me because of my medical issues and my family's medical issues. But I think without a study here to see what would a statewide plan be like and how can you save money by doing that, I will go way out on a limb and say you are going to save money doing this on a statewide plan instead of having all these individual school districts having their own self-funded plan. Blue Cross Blue Shield will hate me, so will Sanford, because you're going to eliminate, but think of the administration that is being done by every school district that does this. It doesn't make any sense for 200 employees to have a self-funded plan or 400 employees. What about if we have 15,000 employees in a plan, especially white collar? When I look at white collar, which is generally who you're dealing with in school districts, they take better care of their health. They do a better job of managing healthcare. Instead of being thrown into those that are fully funded plans, you're thrown into all of the experience ratings that Blue Cross Blue Shield or Sanford would have, and you're going to pay higher rates because you're spreading it out amongst everybody. But if we could look at white collar statewide, I think there's a benefit of at least initiating a study to do this and see if we can't do better for everybody than what you can do on your own.
One last point, don't mean to belabor it anymore. I would still ask the question of how is that different than what ND Fit already offers? We leverage ND Fit, for example, to decrease our administrative costs. And I'm curious as to what the number of employees that are, you know, across government and school districts. What does that pool look like in ND Fit right now? There's a large number of employees that are currently accessing ND Fit. And at what point, you know, what's the tipping point for the number of employees receiving services and our ability to leverage anymore, right? At a certain point, 15,000 employees, 20,000 employees, 25,000 employees. At some point, it doesn't make a difference anymore. You squeeze the turnip as much as you can. And I'm just curious about that. But I will say I 100% agree. Why not study? Why not see if there's I just want to be really clear about, you know, there are districts out there that do this and having a statewide mandated plan, you know, would be problematic if that is the intent.
I appreciate, and I'm going to cut off the conversation because we have identified the intent is to study the efficacy of a statewide or a state-funded plan. Not whether or not we like it, but that is the intent.
And I think that I was going to say, I may be making it too simple, but Dr. Leck, those are great questions. Those are all very important questions, which I think underscores the reason to have that study.
Okay. Now I've completely failed. We're 15 minutes past. This is going terribly. We'll see what we catch up. Don't worry, I'll take it all out of lunch. So, yeah. We are going to move on to our next section, which is combining and categorizing the recommendations. So, the purpose of this section here, Rob, you mentioned it just a few minutes ago, but you said it seems like this one could be with one of the other ones that's out there. That's what we're really doing here in this portion is looking at these overall recommendations and seeing how some of them might fit together. What I want to just make sure you're cautioning is if you believe that it's something that won't end up being prioritized, or you don't agree with, then you probably don't want to combine it with something, right? Like this is the opposite of like a pork bill where you're trying to jam something in to get it passed. We want to make sure that these recommendations fit, but we recognize that some of these might be speaking to the same issue of our problem. So I am not going to say we're working on this recommendation, see if it fits, work on this one. This is just time. Hopefully folks did some homework, spend some time looking at these. So I'm just going to open the floor up for folks who have thoughts around which of these could be combined or categorized a little bit differently. Rob?
There's the second goal in working conditions and the CTE teacher goal in the second section seem like they're really the same goal. At least as I understand it. So the second goal in professional value and support and the second goal in working conditions both seem to say we want to make accessibility to teaching courses, you know, to getting younger teachers or high school students, interested earlier. And the difference is the CTE pathway difference, but I think the discussion has always been around enhancing and fully reimbursing the CTE pathway and fully funding that at 100%. If you did that, then I think you've already accomplished that second goal in working conditions. So my long way of saying I don't think you need goal 2 in working conditions, just state goal 2 in professional value.
Superintendent Leck and then Superintendent Basler, do you think that because if you look at bullet 2 in working conditions, and then you look at bullet 2 in professional value and support, do we need to separate to help understand some of the grow your own that you've been doing, Superintendent Basler, with DPI that is different from Educator Rising and the CTE pathway? And then my next question is to the group, we separate those, right? Because right now you've been able to make that work with some federal funding. But that we emphasize that it maybe needs to move into flexible funding. Because it's both about you have the program stood up, you need sustainability and funding to continue the work.
Didn't it become a line? Isn't it part of the budget now for the,
For our teacher.
for the Paradise
tw-
teacher?
So Senate Bill 2302 is
Yep.
part of our regular general budget.
And was it one time or was it?
No.
Continuing.
Okay,
But I think you're right, Maria, that there, educators rising is different than grow your own, in the way that we've been speaking about grow your own, because typically that's been a para educator that is transitioning into the teacher role. Where I think we're maybe using it, grow your own in this way to talk about high school students becoming teachers within their communities, right? So I think that's important to decipher between the two.
I would agree. And we've recently created a certificate. So again, in a couple prongs to improve our choice ready graduation rate and having our students graduate with a certificate or credential when they graduate, in addition to their high school diploma. The department has just created a certificate for a general education paraprofessional. So theoretically, ideally, a student could graduate with their high school diploma and a general education paraprofessional certificate on graduation, so they can immediately go into paraprofessional work upon graduation, which would lead then to the teacher apprenticeship. Again, since we are taking paras to become teachers, we need a pipeline of paras.
Rob, so maybe we need one goal that's a pipeline goal that outlines how we're doing it for high school students to encourage them to consider education, what we're doing for our paras that we wanted to help grow into the teaching profession, and then perhaps one that we're doing, what are we doing to increase the number or to encourage our existing teachers to maybe try other areas. How do we get that first grade teacher to consider special education, or get them certified in other areas, something like that. But I think that's maybe what these two different goals are trying to accomplish then. What are we doing for high school students? What are we doing for paras to grow? And then what are we doing to exist for existing teachers to for pipelines into other areas?
So are you retracting that these two could be combined?
Well, I think they could still be combined, just separate the fact that there's one goal that's a pipeline goal, and it differentiates between the different groups of people we're
Okay.
talking about.
And I think, and again, this is just for when we break into our smaller working groups, because this is where the first part of the wordsmithing gets to happen. We don't get to wordsmith later as a big group. One of the things I was really attracted to with this one is we can look at getting rid of the Praxis 1. We can look at asking higher ed to come up with a different way to measure teacher readiness than Praxis 1, where I got a chance to visit with ESPB, and I cannot believe how many disability waivers they are doing every month. It is unbelievable. I mean, the rigmarole that we put people through, which is causing people who eventually teach to go through a lot of hassle and headache. Jenny, it looks like you've got something.
Sorry, just really quickly to insert, we are doing a 2-year pilot study. I don't remember if I've talked about it with this group yet, but it's called the Basic Skills Menu. So instead of only the Praxis Core, now they can choose from Praxis Core, ACT plus writing, SAT, or they can have a B or higher on certain courses in math, reading, and writing at the undergrad level. So now we're having many more students coming in, at least at our university, that have taken college algebra, got a B or higher, and now they don't have to worry about taking the Praxis Core for math. So we've seen an increase in enrollment based on that, and it'll be interesting. Now what we're doing, part of the 2-year pilot study through ESPB, is to track them through the program to see, do we still have just as strong of a candidate by using that basic skills menu versus a Praxis Core score or whatever that may be. So I'm hopeful, it's a 2-year study. We'll gather our data, we'll analyze it, present it to the board again, and then see if that can become the new rule, to get rid of that Praxis Core is the only option. Yeah. So I feel like we're getting there, but yeah, I think it would be important to consider those options. Yeah.
Do we see any other possible combinations that exist?
just ask a general question. I think Kirsten brought this up in the beginning. We call this working conditions, and every time I read these, I don't think them as working conditions. None of them are working conditions, so it shouldn't have a different title, because if somebody else reads this and they're thinking, what are the working conditions that causes teachers not to, none of these are working conditions. So can we title it something else when somebody else reads this, they don't look at it and go, what were these people thinking? None of these are, I mean, childcare, even the pathways. So every time I read it, I'm just kind of thinking, we need a new word for sure what it would be. Just
Rob,
not working
Sorry,
conditions.
Luke. That's where it comes back to, I think, having a problem statement and then clearly defined categories underneath that, because both Superintendent and Patty are absolutely right. When we look at this, we see one thing, but this is, if legislators look, or the governor's office looks, or somebody else looks at this, it all needs to flow and make sense. What is that defined condition? And everything should support whatever that category is defined to be. So to me, there's problem statement, there's definitions to each of those categories, and then everything under there should fit. And solutions shouldn't match, the solutions should match your problem statement. The problem statement should match your solutions. We're not trying to, just fit what we want in here. We should be trying to solve a particular defined problem.
So I wouldn't push back, but I would consider opening up perspective on a few of these. And mainly just phrases. Job satisfaction, that's working conditions. Do I like coming to work every day? I mean, that's your working condition. Student behavior, that's your working condition. That's the number one thing we heard from teachers is address that. And perhaps what we need to do is get rid of working conditions and have one big bullet that's student behavior and figure out where these other things go. But I think the funding thing kind of became working conditions, though I could easily see that as value. You're being valued, and now you're being paid more.
You have to explain all that to somebody else who first reads it, then we've kind of missed our whole point, right? They want to look at this and say, what exactly do you mean? And they should be able to read and say, oh, exactly. They shouldn't have to pick out a word and say, oh, it's working conditions out of that whole statement. So it's maybe too complex that I want it to be, as soon as they're in that, I totally understand what they're looking for. X, 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 and X is what teachers are saying are issues in our schools right now, preventing me from staying in the profession. And then somewhere else, if someone wants to explain it, but it has to have that bang in the beginning, so everyone knows exactly what we're talking about.
So I agree with you. I don't think that eliminating the title of working conditions is a good idea, because unless we're addressing the working conditions, this task force has missed a really big message that our teachers are sending and prospective student, teacher candidates are sending us. They just simply don't want to go into that 9-month, 5 days a week, isolated environment.
I don't know if it matters what it's called, but it should be defined in a way that everybody understands it the same way. So we could call it whatever we want to, but it should be defined. To me, problems, you think of a funnel, problem statement, different conditions down. And that's, to me, how, it's going to be read. We want to make sure that it's clear.
And so what will be really important is when we break into small groups, the people that get assigned to working conditions, because no one's going to sign up for this one now. The people that get assigned to it are really going to have to rethink, what do we mean by working condition here? If childcare is an issue and you're constantly having to leave work and you have to take a half day instead of 1 hour, because you're in elementary, you have to take a full day so that you can take your kid to the doctor at 10 o'clock, but you'd only miss 45 minutes for the doctor's appointment. That is definitely a working condition, but if you have to explain it, doesn't make much sense. So working conditions group, you got your work cut out for you, so.
Luke, for combining them, I'm wondering if that one there that talks about reducing the number of steps would combine to that study on a larger pool of health insurance. If you truly are looking at that as like, how are we going to impact financially? Increasing the health insurance pool, reducing the cost, then conversely at the district could lead to smaller lanes or steps that would increase pay overall, perhaps to the district. So I might recommend taking that out of working conditions and moving it into the flexible funding option as a combination. I think you're on with what you're saying about the working conditions. And I think taking that one out and moving it helps a little bit, clarifying that we're really looking at the areas that we're focused on here in the environment of which the schools are working.
Smart. And our intent would still be to then study that. So let's study what reduced salary schedule and pooling. Okay. Other thoughts?
Just because I had the mic on here, I suppose I'll just keep talking. The mentorship one, if we're really looking at reducing the number of recommendations we are having, I don't know if that's the goal or not, but Rob brought it up a couple times and Aaron brought it up. From the teacher side and the administrator side, do we combine that recommendation for the mentorship into one? Mentoring administrators and teachers combined, and could that be a singular recommendation instead of two separate ones?
Sounds a little scary maybe, but I just want to, and what do we do with, we're saying first three years, but then we've talked a lot about the problem around, and this isn't combining, so you might just shut me off. That teachers are coming in from a lot of different areas. So that first 3 years kind of makes us just be able to look at this group instead of teachers that are coming from the Philippines or have been gone for 10 years and might need a mentor. So how can we broaden that?
In response to John's suggestion and combining and Rob's earlier suggestion, that makes good efficiency sense, and I can see the line of thinking. And it does align to why we created the principal apprenticeship program. We don't have a principal shortage in the state yet. Maybe we will, but the reason, and we've said this numerous times in numerous publications and briefs on this, the reason that we started the principal apprenticeship program was because so often we were hearing from our teachers that they were actually quitting their leaders and didn't feel supported. And staying true to this task force of the teacher recruitment and retention task force, not diminishing that principals need their own mentorship in a whole host of other areas. But if we would combine it and stay with fidelity of what this task force is, I think I would be open to, teacher or principal combining them if we were very specific in stating that it was the principal mentorship in how to better support their teachers and making it very clear.
I just want to second what Superintendent Beasler said. A lot of my colleagues have came to me and said, I'm not leaving the profession. It's because of my administration. So I think supporting our administration to help support our teachers is a key point, and I don't think you can leave that out. Maybe it's just re-clarifying it or however we're going to do that. But I think that's a huge issue.
And so Rob, I think what you're saying is, if we're going to support the teachers at that level, we've got to support the principals so that they can be there as a support.
Yeah, I think I'm saying something similar to what Brett is saying. If we want to better support teachers, we have to better support those that support them and help to mentor those individuals as well. Our principals and superintendents want to be the very best that they can be for their teachers also. And we want to make sure that they have the support that they need to be able to do that. I think it'd be very hard to me to say that mentoring for teachers is important and not equally important for those that are supporting them on a daily basis. I just think it would be a real miss.
I think so too, as long as we're specific about, so Senator Romanell and I were talking, it's the same in business. I mean, employees, businesses lose employees because of the supervisor that they work for. Same in my agency, same everywhere, right? So I can have a fantastic fiscal agent, and if they are not a good leader, my fiscal staff is going to leave. And so I think just being very specific about what areas for the purpose of this task force, at least, I think that there's a lot of ways that we can better support principals in their entirety of their role. But for the specific role of this task force to be clearly focused on that specific aspect of their job description of supporting teachers.
I agree with you, Kirsten, but I think what I hear from teachers, mostly that would leave is because administration is causing them to leave. And if that's the purpose of this, we're trying to find out why teachers are leaving. And if administration is a big cause, then it has to be a part of this conversation. I mean, it just has to be. If they're not good, we're going to lose all our great teachers. So I think we have to, even though this is a teacher retention, the reason so many are leaving is because we have administrators who shouldn't be administrators in the positions or need more support to be better administrators.
Well, as we were developing the principal apprenticeship program and seeking Department of Labor funding for that, that's exactly the case that we made. We had the teacher apprenticeship, but we have future leaders that are taking courses, nights and weekends, and their experience for the principal preparation program is throwing them into a summer school or, a few weeks of shadowing of a principal and then throwing them into a building. And that is we knew that all of the fund investment in our teacher apprenticeship for retention would not be sustained and not have an impact if we weren't simultaneously providing that same support of a year-long apprenticeship, sometimes 2 years of apprenticeship where that principal apprenticeship can work under an effective leader.
So I was using the bathroom. I had a great thought, but, I don't think it's duplicating, when we talk about the administrator or the principal mentorship, but what I think that could happen, and again, legislative partners would have to help us, but, if it's about, right, we're trying to fully fund teacher mentorship and make sure that they have what they need in order to continue the great work, because you have 10 to 15 years of data that shows what you're doing is working and it's working really well. On the principal side, I think it's about figuring out how do we fund a similar program that's results-based, that has measurable outcomes and is reported. Right? It's not just something on the side, but that they're held to results, just like the teacher mentorship program has. So I think we can maybe worry less about this part, because I think that we can work with legislators to figure out what that looks like and what the guardrails are. But I think that in order to support our teachers, we need to invest in our leaders.
Somebody needs to check their insulin pump. Okay, so we want to combine those in some way. We're not sure exactly how, yet, but we will in a couple short hours. Any other possible combinations here? All right, now comes the difficult task of in 12 minutes, prioritizing what we want our small groups to start with. Okay, so in each of these areas, what I'm going to ask you to do is just take a moment to rank these out for yourself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or actually we have 4 now in working conditions, right? Because we moved one over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in professional value and 1, 2 in flexible funding. Katie, what are the chances that you actually caught everything that we just did? That sounds great. Let's do that. So working conditions has these four. Childcare, job satisfaction, teacher pay scales would actually move over to flexible funding, and systems gaps for student behavior. We made it down to 3 on that one. That's pretty fantastic. Okay. So on these 3, just quickly prioritize them so that our small group knows, well, you know what? There's 3 of them. Their working conditions can get all 3 done. So too bad. We're not going to prioritize those. Working conditions are just going to get it done, right? Okay. Professional value. Let's take a look at professional value. We have mentorship for teachers and administrators. The grow your own CTE fully funding, apprenticeships, educator rising, all of those. Student teacher financial support. Updated tile. And the 5th one got combined with the teacher. So we have 4 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So we don't need to prioritize those either. We can get 4 done in a small working group, right? All right, let's take a look at flexible funding. So we combined teacher pay scales and health insurance pool. And we have comprehensive financial planning training for everybody. Okay. I want to be in that group. I'll lead that group just so everyone knows. Okay. We're going to be taking a break, and we're actually, I cannot believe it, we're going to have a little extra time to take a break, which is great because then Katie can like clean up all of that stuff for our small groups when we come back. What I am going to do while Katie is working on that, and she's not going to have to take notes, we're going to be moving into the small groups for recommendation language. So this is where we're going to take each of those 3 groups and spend some time really workshopping, what do we want this recommendation to say? When we come out of our small groups, we're not really going to have a big discussion on what the small groups came up with for language. We're going to trust that the small groups take all of our input, put together language based on what we all said, not what they want, but what we all said. So we're going to leave all of our bias and roles behind for this next section. And then we're going to bring all of our bias and roles back after lunch so that we can figure out what our priorities are. But I would like I joked and said that I was going to assign everyone, but if you have a certain one of these 3 that you feel most strongly about, I would love it if you would suggest that. If you don't feel super strongly about any of them, then you can just kind of fill in one of the areas. But I would just raise the question, do you know one of these 3 areas that you definitely want to be involved in figuring out the language?
Luke, I'll do working conditions.
Question, to Patty and to Dr. Leck's point earlier, do you support also playing with the heading if so necessary? Chair Schaefer?
Thanks for the question, and you probably shouldn't have asked it. I'm one of the most flexible people around. And I believe that in that small group, that's one of the few opportunities we're gonna have an hour to really get into the language. So if you feel that there is something better, pitch it. I mean, the worst thing that we can do is change it after you're done. Okay, no one else really cares where they go? Oh, Aaron does. Okay. Jenny? Sherry?
So would I.
Ashley?
We're all like jumping.
Okay, that
on
one's
one.
full.
Yeah.
I can do working conditions with Rob. We'll go ahead to him. There we go.
So Brett, would you be okay if you went to flexible funding? Okay. I would love it if we had a instructor in each of the three. That would be fantastic. Anybody else really desperate to be in flexible funding? Joe? Perfect, Joe. So Joe, Brett and I can work on flexible funding. Okay. John will go to working conditions. Let's put you in value and support. That's everyone. We've done it. Okay, it's break time and we're going to take the full break according to the agenda. So we'll report back here at 10:40. 10:40 on that clock, not our individual clocks. So see you in 15 minutes.
What else?
Just looking at time.
Oh, right. We already do contracts separate. We do a lot of our own separate papers.
Oh my God. To go to your spouse and say, hey, they're in small groups. I'm gonna take this next 2 hours to spend it with you on vacation. Perfect.
Yeah, I don't know if he can hear you.
Good. He's smart.
Yeah, I did hear part of it. But I missed the other part.
We were offering to let you have a break because we're going to be in small groups, or would you like to find a way for us to let you participate virtually?
Whatever works out, that would be fine. I completely understand from a technology point of view, it may not be, you're able to do it, but I'm fine with that. Sure, I'll participate.
Okay, so you would like to participate. That sounds fine. I can set you up on a laptop, I believe, with a small group. It may
Okay.
take.
No worries at all.
Which
That's
group
just
would you like
fine.
to join?
Okay. Have to look at my-
Representative?
It was,
Working conditions.
Would you like
Luke,
to
how many
join
do,
value and support or working conditions?
I would say, I think there's quite a few on working conditions. Let's go with value and support.
You said you'd like to join value and support. Okay, great.
Yes. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll get you over there as soon as I
Okay,
can.
so our tables are set up. We've got printouts at them with enough for everyone. The goal of our time for this next hour is to strengthen the language of the proposed recommendations. So this is your chance to break down the words, get it to say what we want it to say. We won't come back to wordsmithing again. So this is your only shot to wordsmith. Okay? We don't get to play with words after this. We only get to play with, the intent. So working conditions, Rob, Maria, Patty, Abby, John, and Kirsten are going to be at the table closest to Katie. Value and support is Aaron, Jenny, Sherry, Ashley, Jim, Representative Swantek, and they are going to be at one of the other tables. I didn't get to see what the printout it is. Flexible funding is going to be Brett, Joe, Senator Rummel, and myself. And we are then going to break out once we're done, because we're going to finish way earlier than you guys. So Brett and Joe are going to go to value and support when they're done. Senator Rummel and myself will go to working conditions when we are done. So we have 55 minutes. This takes us up to lunch. We will not come back as a group when you're finished with this. So work all the way up until you go to lunch. There are not boxes waiting for you. You have to go get your own lunch. And then we will meet at 12:15 to finalize our recommendations. So good luck, Godspeed, and we'll see you back after lunch. In that first financial and these things to think about. We need to have something about. Teacher education.
Representative, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
There we go. Okay, great. We are gonna walk you over to this other table.
No problem. Sounds good.
Okay, great.
First 3 years of transitioning into a new role. Can we say something like that? Is that kind of what you're saying? Like even if they move from elementary to secondary science, they need to mentor
Yeah.
the first 3 years in their secondary science as well.
Right.
I will say, so we do that in my district. I don't know that they need as long. I don't know that they need 3 years when they have previously. Like maybe it's like, so,
First 3 years.
yeah, how do you word that then?
Well, I think from the mentorship, so it's available. It doesn't say it's required,
Right.
right?
And that's always been good for our state too, because
It's just right.
they get to opt in.
We don't mandate things. But if it's available for first 3 years of a new position, that clearance.
Or
New position.
First 3 years in a teaching position. First 3 years.
Okay, so if we said that, then they call them and say, yeah, we have your funds. Okay, yep, because that runs it up, then, right?
I think so. I mean.
In a position.
In a first 3 years in a new teaching position. I don't know. I get what you, like, how do we, yeah, first 3 years in.
Because I think in the profession is the part that sometimes limits us.
Yeah.
They get real sticky in how we're utilizing the thing.
Yeah.
Make a case for it.
so just in a new position.
Do we want to say in a new teacher or principal position? Is that how we're gonna incorporate? the
No.
principal piece, or is
No,
that
you're gonna do separate.
Okay, I missed that, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
we
we
had a
had-
conversation that we're afraid they would throw it out if you put them together.
Okay,
So we
sorry.
want to
We don't want to
keep
sacrifice the teacher mentorship. If
There
They
it
don't
is.
want to fund the administrative. So
Okay. Yep, so in a new, we want to say teaching position or just position? Cause I don't
think
think we
teaching
specified,
position
oh, we do
because-
say teachers up here, I guess.
You know,
It says
I mean,
teachers, yeah. it says
do you
teachers.
offer mentorship for coaches or anything like that? That's kind of their own separate thing, right? So I think we're safe teaching position, right?
Okay. In a teaching position.
Then.
Well, I just have a question on that.
We're not saying teaching, we're just saying new position.
Let's see if we can turn up the volume. All right, I think we can hear you, Representative Swanton.
Okay, just a quick question for you. Should it be broadened? I'm deferring to all of you because you're in the teaching world, but should we not add more than just teacher in that? Should we be looking at principals as well?
Our second bullet is about principal, and while they were getting you set up,
Okay,
the concern that we had was if we lumped them together, we don't want to risk throwing the whole thing out.
okay, got it. Makes sense. Thank you.
So the second bullet then is for a
Right.
So Representative Swantek, another question that I had in this one, it says, within their first 3 years. And some of the questions that I received from legislators is that necessary? And so I'm wondering right now, is there a word that we could put in there that it's not the same mentoring for 3 years in a row? It's like a gradual release of it. And so.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, scaffolded. Would that help to kind of clarify why it needs to be 3 years, that it's pretty heavy the first year, a little lighter the second year, and they're doing, kind of that.
I think that's a great idea. And like I said, I really, I know other legislators will do the same thing, but really rely on those of all of you that really are involved with this on a day-to-day basis. And we want to make some corrections and some adjustments that would be beneficial. So I think that's great.
I wonder how you can phrase it.
Or could we just add another sentence
Yeah.
that says, like,
Because the idea is that we're creating into more independence in the
It's
teachers.
essentially three different mentorship programs.
Right.
First year, second year, third, right?
Yes.
I mean, so I don't know.
Yearly
Are you
programs. will have
comprehensive programs?
Specified goals.
I
don't know.
Because I think of some of my third year teachers, and some of them will need it, and some of them will not.
Right. And so that's where the
So
district can
it's
opt in.
some kind of an option.
Mhm. And if they have a teacher that maybe took 2 years off, well, maybe they
might
want
need it for a year.
that third year
Yeah.
option.
Yeah.
So like, I can't think of what a concise word would be. It's almost like a mentoring menu.
Will they understand if we would put graduated? I feel like that might be a confusing.
Right.
Yes, graduated, I think would be, I think most people would understand that.
What do you think about what Jenny said about adding a new sentence?
I think Representative Swantek, did you say people would
Oh, and
understand? They
yeah,
would
call me
understand?
Steve. Just call me Steve. I don't need it. We're all in this together, so. No, can you repeat that again, what you just said?
Did you say, because we talked about a graduated program, so like the
Right.
second year is different than the first year. If we said graduated program, you think that would come through? Most people would understand what we mean when we say or not?
I think graduated would be, is great because I truly believe legislators will ask, what do you mean by graduated?
Yeah.
And also the individual that's leading the discussion in front of, our subcommittee on higher or elementary and secondary education plus Dean Rommel's education committee, those types of things. So I think we just leave it at graduated, that'll work.
So then.
Graduated mentorship program in their first 3 years.
Mhm.
I think so. And then
Sounds good.
we could just
like
say-
gradual release. I don't know. I don't know if I like
That might be.
Oh.
I'm really struggling, you guys, with graduated. I don't like.
Well, and they like, beginning teachers like to know if they graduated from the mentoring program,
Oh.
because they're kind of that
Yes.
mindset. They're like, have I graduated? So I don't know, if it could be positive, like, yes, you are a third year graduate, or you did a 2-year program and you're a 2-year graduate, we could market that different ways too.
Yeah.
And it could be like, yay.
Yeah.
had-
I don't know how else to.
Right, because I don't think they would understand gradual release, because in the world of
that's
education.
That even scaffolded. I mean,
Right.
that's scaffolded.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
what
education,
yep.
yeah.
You know,
So the
so-
task force
getting-
recommends state agencies fund a graduated mentorship program through North Dakota Rise to teachers across the state within their first 3 years in a new position.
Yes, I like that, right?
Yes.
I think
Okay.
Do
Okay.
you like it?
I
I
think
think
so.
that's perfect. I think that's great.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the best way to encapsulate
Okay,
what
next
we're
one.
trying to talk about
Name.
in one sentence.
Another English teachers here, okay.
Nope.
I'm here, all
No
right.
help.
You're stuck in Science, right? Jenny?
I am.
Yeah.
Good memory.
Yeah, okay.
Right, administrator mentorship. I don't know much about the NDCEL mentorship program.
Do we do the same wording on this?
I think so. I mean, to Superintendent Baszler's point, he wants it to be explicit that the reason is to help teachers or support teachers. So I think that's where, yep.
Because,
Um,
but my understanding is like, right now administrators get mentored on how not to get a lawsuit,
well, it's very much
Right.
the post-secondary graduate. Not,
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, hold up.
They're pretty good. I guess.
Sorry, do we need to specify that it'll be through NDCEL? Or is the idea there's gonna be an extension?
Pausing it, only pausing it for us.
And it's all gonna be under.
I've heard from some that they don't
Want that.
want the NDCF program. but I
Because-
don't know that.
Because I think Kristen was trying to say that I wonder if we need something about how they, words are hard right now.
Unfortunately, that's less than we care.
They will be, like, there needs to be data behind it.
Right.
So do we need to have that?
So there needs to be some requirements.
I think legislators might like hearing that.
Yep, and I don't know.
Right.
that if-
However we word them.
Well, I think that we have to say.
I don't think we say that, but like, we can do this.
Maybe-
Based with measurable outcomes.
Could we say the CAFR recommends state agencies fund a?
I think so.
There you go. That's what that.
We specify this through? 'Cause
For
we
this
say,
one, I don't
like,
know that we want to specify it.
Then we can include all these other.
Well,
Because
because
it's-
if NDCEL wants to apply for the funding and meet the requirements,
Yeah.
They could do it. Do
Then
we actually?
if
do we
somebody
keep
else
the
wants to start a different
development
one.
So they know that doesn't exist though, and then we say a.
Recommends, or can we say recommends state agencies fund
the development
of.
of
Like separate.
an administrator mentorship program with an emphasis on supporting teachers. I also thought, no, yeah. I also thought this could probably be one that you could move to workplace or working conditions as well, because the administrators have a large say. You know, but
Okay, so. No.
Yep.
So. Okay,
Oh, like, yeah, you have it. Yep, we just don't want to yell at this. Got it. Because I don't want. Okay. Okay. Understanding. That's Okay, Katie, if you wanna tell him that we're able to.
I did.
And do something.
So the Zoom link is fine. It's the YouTube that's the problem.
Let's just start from. I think this is the. I'm just gonna have her do another one.
How's that? If I just change it to private, so that way it's not live anymore.
I honestly don't know. I just don't wanna take time away from them like there. If you'll just make them.
You know,
Okay, it is.
Hi, I'm sorry. We just want to make sure that y'all are able to have a private conversation in the small groups.
oh, I
and
see. Okay.
It was still live streaming it. So that's part of
Oh,
what we're
sure.
figuring out. Jenny's gonna call you
Okay.
in, Dr. Blado is gonna call you in on her laptop. And that way it will be private.
Okay, that sounds great. And then also if the video is a bit of a challenge, I can always, participate just through audio for this group
Okay.
session, if that would be more helpful. I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, it should be in this email.
Yep.
Okay, let me get to that.
Okay. Turn audio.
There we go. Okay.
So that when we vote, so it'll be. Aaron?
But is the vote for like, yes, that's the recommendation, or prioritizing a top three, or?
Is going to be, yes, that is a recommendation, because the recommendation, everything we've done is going in the report. So people will get to see every type of iteration of stuff that we have. But our final recommendations will be included. And that's what will be provided, and then there'll be a whole pile of other stuff. So if they get great. So let's start out with working conditions. Actually, they didn't get rough with goal. They went right up to lunch. You're ready? Okay, let's start with working conditions and let's start with their first.
To be honest. I felt that it was a very, very productive and good working group session. Lots of important conversation that got very specific. So our recommendation, one, is to reorder the recommendations first and foremost. And even probably more importantly, so grateful to Abby for bringing the teacher perspective. We want these recommendations to mean something, to be able to be easily communicated and land with those that we're speaking about, our teachers. And so we decided to, rather than really wordy recommendations on our page, we decided to just say simply what it was that we were addressing with the action steps of implementation or activity below it. So leading with the thing that is most important to our teachers and we hear the most about is safe and supportive environment for educators and learners in every building. And then underneath that, we would state the task force recommends the North Dakota Department of Health and Human Services collaborate with education stakeholders to streamline regulations and reduce.
Yeah, that was my plan.
barriers for schools that wish to offer on-site childcare. Then the next. That did not match at all. So, thank you. So the first one states. The task under safe and supportive environment for educators and learners in every building. The task force recommends state agency leaders and education stakeholders collaborate to address the system gaps, engage opportunities, and activate a continuum of support to create safe, supportive environments for educators and learners in every building as measured by a statewide system of student behavior metrics.
Superintendent Baylor, I'm gonna pause you for just a moment. Katie, who is our intrepid, has missed two of the recommendations. And that's what we're gonna be. Yeah, so hold on. So let's make sure that representatives contact him, hear everything, that we have everything working. We'll come back and repeat those. We've all heard them, but we'll come back and repeat them so that Katie can get them. for
I have a
us.
hard copy of those ones.
Oh,
It's the other groups that I don't have.
Okay. So. We'll just pause here for a couple quick more seconds until Katie's got all of our checkbook.
If those look right to you, those are the ones that I have from them.
And just as we go through.
I thought it would be easier to have them separate so they could.
Okay, that's totally fine. I just need to. We can go through them one by one on different slides. All right, Katie, can do them one by one. Thank you. So to repeat. The first bullet would be safe and supportive environment for educators. It's not the good one.
In case I need the different. Give me that.
We're just adding like almost like a subheading.
Oh, so instead of working conditions.
So
If you just type what she says.
Great,
at this,
Right underneath it.
at this bullet,
yes,
just start typing
great.
and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
And what I want you to type at that bullet are safe and supportive environment for educators and learners in every building. And then make this a sub bullet. Okay. And that would say the task force recommends state agency leaders and education stakeholders collaborate to address system gaps, engage opportunities, and activate a continuum of support to create safe, supportive environments for educators and learners in every building as measured by a statewide system of student behavior metrics. Then going back out to a second bullet. Go back a minute, yep, back it back out. We have reduce barriers for schools who wish to provide childcare. And sub-bullet under that would then read, the task force recommends the North Dakota Department of Health and Human Services collaborate with education stakeholders to streamline regulations and reduce barriers for schools that wish to offer on-site childcare. And that's a sub-bullet. Just kidding.
Yeah, I'll play with the phone. There we go.
Then the third and final bullet would read, school employee job satisfaction.
It will be its own bullet. I'm just gonna get what you said.
That's fine. Sub-bullet underneath that says, this task force recommends the state annually surveys annually survey school employees to understand employee satisfaction. Period. Further, the task force recommends school boards include the information in their strategic plan.
Recaption.
I think the only thing I would say is, in the last sentence, further the task force recommends school boards include. We didn't necessarily reference it to the state's survey, but that employee satisfaction. We might do it a different way in Jamestown, or West Fargo may do it, Rugby may do it differently. So maybe that last sentence says further the task force recommends school boards include employee satisfaction in their strategic plan or culture and climate. I don't know if that would be a better.
Yeah. I think again, specific to this, we should say, so instead of the information, we say job satisfaction.
I think there's one more missing up on this, that first bullet, building. In every building as measured by a statewide system of student behavior metrics. For student.
Thank you. Yes, system of student behavior metrics, correct? Thank you.
All right. So now we have our beautifully crafted, well-intentioned and well thought out recommendations. Discussion. Well, all three from working conditions are up there.
Picture first.
Recognize that folks are just seeing this for the first time, so take 2 minutes to get comfortable with the wording.
Just a thought on the school board as far as the improvement plan, the school board does not develop a strategic plan. The district develops a strategic plan from the goals of the school board, so this sounds like the school board is creating that and they've done it. But we do ultimately improve it again by putting our goals as school boards to make sure they're included in the strategic plan, so there's a little bit of.
So maybe strategic goals instead of strategic plans?
Yeah, really, it's school board, state district.
Well, we specifically.
We want school.
I think it's school board.
So we can change strategic plan to strategic goals.
That might be.
Okay.
That makes sense, if we're a part of that, but we don't need a plan. Thank you.
There's one thing. Hate to be the broken record that continues to come back to this, but I will anyway, with working conditions. And if we're looking at the reader, and not just the group of us that have been working on it, it might feel like a heavy leap for working conditions to childcare. So defining working conditions is going to be important in helping us communicate and articulate what we're thinking about with working conditions. So I think again, having a problem statement defining how we consider working conditions will help to reinforce why that second bullet is there.
And we try to put still on the key conditions instead of environment, so working environment instead of conditions. We talked about switching into environment.
That's what yeah, we did, but then when we used environment in the first bullet, I thought that's a little redundant, I mean. But we want to change it to working environment instead of working, because you didn't like conditions, it's great.
It just, to me, it just opens up, I want to make sure that they read what's underneath that, and not already have preconceived notions exactly where conditions are. So often that's just about complaints, not about.
Sure.
So I'm completely open to it.
Yes, working environment.
Oh, no.
Oh, great, thank you. So instead of working conditions, working environment.
Other discussion?
get nitpicky on language, but not only am I an English teacher, I am for the first time in 5 years teaching college comp again. So we would want each of the headings to, if they start with a verb, we want to start with a verb. Can we just change? Oh, the bottom one, like the middle one starts with reduce, it is a verb. The top of the first and third one.
And do we want educators and learners only in every building, or is it all our staff? We keep talking about the entire, it's not just educators and learners, we want our entire staff to feel support. I know this is teacher retention, but is there some way we can do that and still make sure it includes everybody? We can take out.
I was just gonna say that perhaps is going to apply in many situations. So this is the Teacher Retention and Recruitment Task Force. Do we want to say that what's good for a teacher is good for everything in many of these recommendations? And so we're going to state everybody, or are we going to call special attention to teachers in some and not others?
I think when you get to our goals, or recommendations, we are trying to grow your own, so maybe we have to include everybody so they feel like they're a part.
Interestingly, or at least our culture in the department, when we mean teachers, we say teachers, but when we use educators, it's from school board president all the way down to crossing guard.
I'm gonna call out the teachers, whatever you were in a group, right? Naturally. You feel like you understand what it's saying and understand the intent.
And is it helpful?
I'm wondering the verb in the last bullet. Instead of just support, since we clearly say that we're doing this to understand, that we might change to understand school employee job satisfaction. Monitor kind of gives our administrators EBGBs.
Well, I'm not a teacher right now, if I'm a teacher and I say, oh, well, they're gonna have another survey, we're gonna have more surveys, what's going on? The nice thing, the action in those, I'm not so sure, seeing what action comes from the survey.
That was such a good discussion. I'm gonna let Abby answer that and then I'll just.
Okay, so we went back and forth with another survey, just thinking about exactly that. What are we using it for? And as a team, we kind of decided we really need some baseline data. Because at every meeting we've been in so far, it's been like, where's the data? Where's the breakdown? What's the problem here? And we haven't been able to kind of pinpoint exactly where or why it's there. So we thought that with that final bullet point, it would really be to inform us of next steps with what to do after we figure out exactly where the problem is. As a teacher, though, I also mentioned that when I see survey, I do ask the question, what's this for? Where is it going, right? But being on this task force, there are a lot of teachers that want their voice heard. So if there's a way to encourage participation in this one with the meaningful, follow through, I think that would help it be most beneficial. However, when we're thinking about what do we recommend, we thought this might be a really good first stop. And then from there, continue to build on it. Using it more as a communication tool to respect and hear teachers' opinions and feelings, while also trying to use that to push us further. Something we also talked about was it really should be building by building, and it shouldn't be there to punish anybody or to pin school buildings or districts up against each other, but really as a tool for our administrators to know what's actually going on. And to encourage each other, to learn from one another, and to grow together, to find maybe the building or the district who has it figured out in the area that you don't, and then for you to support the buildings who might be struggling, you're really great at. So you're right. We thought the same thing. What is the end goal? And I think to sum all of that up with that bullet point, it's to get some baseline data for next steps. And maybe we need to write something in there about that. I'm not quite sure, but hopefully to capture the voices of the teachers who weren't able to be represented in this task force.
I think, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna add, when I heard that one, that was the thing that came to mind. People are gonna come back to me and say, well, this is just another survey. But I think if they understand what's at the end of this, what's coming, like there's more to this process. It's not the end really, it's just the beginning. And so that was my initial concern too, is, oh yeah, so you guys just gave us more work to do or another survey, but really, if you explain it to them, and maybe we'll have Abby come and do it for me. It's more of a process, and I think that's important.
I'm wondering if we should add something to, okay, I'm terrible eyesight. So to understand employee satisfaction, something in there's like to continue or inform the work that is to come. So when educators do read these recommendations, they know that there is next steps. They just might not be perfectly outlined yet.
Even though the school board including in their goals, they're taking that information and they're supposed to use that information to drive their goals.
Yeah, and so I think that should be in the second sentence, the task force further, somewhere in the task force out, or that second sentence about the recommendation of school boards. Further the top, because to Rob and John's point in the discussion, it's just so unique, and West Fargo and Jamestown and John schools are used, it's in their strategic plan, but the acknowledgement that most schools don't have a strategic plan and what those strategic goals, and so, and there was a point of discussion that we'd say we passing a law requiring the school boards monitor their their employee satisfaction. I was pointing out that there isn't even a law that requires them to monitor their student progress, which is why we exist. And so that was a step too far. So the most we could do, the action that you guys are looking for lies in the hands of your school board leaders and your building leaders. It just remains.
I do wonder if that last bullet is necessary, or if it just restates what it says in the second sentence.
So could we say further the task force recommends school boards include employee satisfaction in driving their strategic goals?
Abby, Brett, Ashley. I also wonder if some context is better for some of this. I mean, to your point, you go through this, you're like, oh, what good is that gonna do me? And until we kind of explain it, then it's like, oh, okay, now I get it. So I wonder if almost some context, some explanation that, you know, this task force desires that school boards, school leaders use job satisfaction, use teacher voice in order to make decisions in their building that impact, you know, job satisfaction and drives strategic improvement.
What do we do with the schools who already are doing this? Are we going to tell them to abandon what they're already doing because there's going to be a statewide one instead?
I think that's the beauty is, so this is not a mandated survey. If this survey is done by the state annually, might get 3,500, might get 5,000 teachers, just depends. That's good data for the state. Rob was just saying this. That's good data for the state for us to make decisions. Remember, our recommendations are for Superintendent Basler and the governor's office. So that's high quality data for them. The second sentence is all about what the schools can do. And we're not really giving recommendations to schools, but we're gonna step out on a limb on this one and say, you know, this could be really impactful. And so I don't think it changes anything. The teachers will get a survey. We are expecting a high rate of return that can give us some valid response rates and information, but then the state can start to look at that data compared with teacher retention data that we saw from Sam Unruh and from Ellie Shockley. Start to compare it with the different regions that we need more or different supports in. I think with this one, I said it in our group, but we went through meeting 1, 2, and 3 and never had data. We don't have data for that. We don't have data for that. We don't have data for that. This is a place where we can start to collect data that says, here's where we're at. And we might say, no, everybody loves their job. We don't have to do that anymore.
Luke, I would add to that, to answer your question directly, no, I don't think, having a state survey means that you have to change anything in your district. It might be an option for you. You might, as a district, choose, well, that is the metric I'm going to start to use in my strategic plan. Or you might say, well, we like what we do. We're going to continue to measure the way that we feel is appropriate to measure. It gives, in my mind, it gives the state data, and then it gives schools choice. What is it? What is it? What metric am I going to use, or what tool am I going to use? Am I going to use mine, or am I going to use the one that somebody else provides for me? So I don't think that mandates any district to use it or precludes them from using their own.
Any other thoughts, discussion on these 3? Remember, this is your chance to have that discussion, because when we vote, you get to say yes or no and nothing else.
Thank you.
Okay, we are then going to move, thank you, working conditions, work right up until lunch.
Am I there? No.
Someone was a
There we
very
go.
facilitator. in that.
Which one is it? And this one. Thank you.
When we adjourned and disassembled, I came over and asked Luke, I said, what time do we need to be back for lunch? And he said 12:15, and I said, it is 12:15.
Not great with details. Okay, we will move on to professional value and support.
I just,
Oh, great.
Okay, so we had 5. I think we started with 3 or 4. We somehow got to 5. So the first one, the task force recommends state agencies fund a graduated mentorship through North Dakota Rise for teachers across the state within their first 3 years in the profession. This membership program would include measurable outcomes and be result-based through annual public reporting. Next read them all.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, well, thanks. The second one, the task force recommends state agencies fund the development of an administrative mentorship program to support teachers with an emphasis on improving working conditions, including student behaviors. Oh, I don't think that's right. I typed the wrong thing. Sorry. Improving, I bet should be improving student behaviors group, I think. Improving student behaviors, teacher voice, parent concerns, etc. This mentorship program would include measurable outcomes and be result-based through annual public reporting.
Yeah. Just to be clear, we always say, I love it when all schools say, DPI decided I have to do this. I actually don't get to decide what you have to do and not have to do. I only implement what the legislators decide you have to do and don't do. And similarly, I can't fund these programs, but our legislature. So.
Recommends the legislature fund.
For everyone. Talk about funding, you should say legislator. Okay. So.
How I do?
First recommends some legislator funds.
And it was.
It was including.
It was, okay, thank you. Yep, improving working conditions, including student behaviors, teacher voice, parent concerns, et cetera. Thank you.
I have to be here because of thick words. It's all right, keep going. I'll catch up. That was right.
Okay, and then the second bullet, I misspoke, so it should say to support teachers with an emphasis on improving working conditions, including student behaviors.
Gotcha.
And then the third one, so again, same thing here, I would guess, the task force recommends legislature adjust no, that might be DPI, that might be. So task force recommends state agencies adjust the reimbursement rate to 100% for schools offering CTE courses leading to a career in education.
That might have to be CPE or state agencies and the legislature.
Okay. Okay. Fourth one, the task force recommends state agencies provide retention stipends for teachers in their first 3 years within the teaching profession. The stipends would increase in amount after the completion of each contracted year. Legislature. And then the fifth and final one, the task force recommends state agencies support and incentivize local and state initiatives aimed at enhancing teaching leadership opportunities.
I don't understand that one.
So we talked a lot about lead teacher, we talked about becoming a principal, we talked about what else? Tile, thank you, yeah. And we just didn't know, originally the tile language was in there, and there were many of us that were like, we kind of knew what it was about, maybe weren't around in the teaching profession at that time. So we just wondered, would it be better to remove tile altogether and just talk about teacher leadership opportunities in general? So that could encompass any of the things, the lead teacher, it could be.
So then I would say this task force recommends the state agencies support and the legislature incentivize.
Okay.
State initiatives.
I would still reference child, like you can say it like you said it, recommend state agencies support and incentivize local and state initiatives such as.
But I don't know that, I think it's probably something that is more accurate and probably more modern than tile. That was, it is maybe next education workforce or. Yeah.
And maybe we just leave it general if we don't want to.
I think we were trying to leave tile out because perhaps if there were people that didn't vote for it before with that, but we did discuss some of the things. So if we needed such as, we said master teacher, lead teacher, professional development, leadership. So if we need some examples, we did write some down, mentorship.
I think highlight that might help.
Oh, some of those, yeah. The next education workforce, lead teacher.
I never do anything with student teachers since it went just to stipends for the completion of the third 3 years. And is that new, brand new to the profession or new to a district? And are you talking about health access license? So you're talking about if they leave and come back, or they new teacher? Talking about going from a small district to a big district, but they already have 10 years experience. Is that a new teacher?
We kind of talked about all the things, right? So we talked about student teaching and we really could not find a way, Joe's help even, we really couldn't find a way to, if we pay the student teacher, we were all good at that, but then how do you track them for 3 years? Who's gonna track them for 3 years to make sure they're still in state, still a teacher? And then what happens if they leave? Who's going to make sure that that money is paid back? that was.
Representative Huddleston introduced a bill during last session to pay for the student teaching experience, and those were all the questions the legislators had. So who and how do you claw back that money?
And we just didn't feel like we could offer that stipend without some skin in the game, Representative Swantex.
Well, you could do it
preference,
if they did 3 years, they don't get any money until they've been for 3 years. But wasn't part of the problem that was our student teachers, we were
Yes.
talking about all of the expense that they have, and we were trying to help that group. And our
Yes.
teachers are already getting paid money, and if we keep changing our pay scales to incentivize our younger teachers to get in, then they're getting a benefit to both, right? So we're already trying to target the beginning teacher. This would target only the beginning teacher. And we still don't help all of our students we want to get into education, who don't have any money. I'm not sure that I would agree with the first 3 years as much as student teacher.
I think the problem was, how do we say there's like a return on investment in that? So if we give the student teacher a stipend. And then they go to Minnesota next year, that was one of the big concerns, that was.
When we already have data to show the student teachers that are currently in our district, how many leave, and if are they on, like Fargo was Fargo, Two More Head, Grand Forks, or are they, what handful of people are you talking about? We're talking about 500, do 10 leave the state? Then you really want to make policy based on the 10 rather than the 490 who are here, who could really use that bump to live on the last semester of school compared to the beginning teacher. I mean, we do a lot, I think already, we focus a lot on the beginning teacher that. So, I mean, we talked about both, but that and our student teachers was kind of our focus that we really felt they were the ones that are.
I think our group wanted to support that student teacher, we just couldn't figure out. Maybe we didn't know about the data or how that was gonna work.
So may I just ask then a bigger question is this recommendation still necessary in its current form?
I'm a bit with Patty. If we can't get to our original intent of helping that student teacher in that semester, I'm not sure that we should. That's really going to be a difficult thing for some more negotiations, and which is difficult.
And a lot of dollars that we're asking for, is this the best place to put the dollars that we're asking for? They're all legislatively funded. We're not going to get all of those anyway. I mean, it's a big ask, and I don't think we're gonna see all of that we rise to the top of. I would think most of this, but
Is there a way for us to get to yes with that student teaching semester? That I think we should. I don't know that I'm willing to just abandon that because that's real.
Yeah, reimburse the providing university.
Yeah.
One thing we had talked about too is if you could reimburse the school district for a stipend. The hard part is the skin in the game or the return on the investment that Representative Swantek talked about. Maybe we're trying to include to pass legislation. You know, they want to see, if I'm spending X amount of dollars on student teaching, what am I getting out of it? And so that was really the barrier. If we're fine not including it, I think I really like the idea of the school district offering that stipend that you can get reimbursed to the state for a set amount, and if the school district wants to go beyond that, then they can be more competitive in rural areas versus urban areas, which is a huge challenge in the areas that don't have four-year universities in town. It's almost impossible to get a student teacher. So if there was some state level reimbursement for student teachers, you know, the school district could choose to go beyond that, I think that would help. And then it does meet our goal of trying to, you know, offset those costs of having to work those long days to become a teacher and not being able to work and all of that. So that was really the barrier to it, was you know, if they leave and we don't get that money back, or the state and all that. So we're fine moving on without it. I think we can.
Yeah. I agree with that. I agree what you're saying. I mean, I do think that the state, I mean, I think it should be a firm number so it doesn't become a contest between districts and increasing, you know, oh, we're gonna offer, you offer 3 through the state, we're gonna offer another 2. And then that's competitive marketing between West Fargo or Jamestown Valley City or whatever. But regardless of that, I do think that there's a way that you can provide that. I like the idea of doing it as a reimbursed cost through the district. I think that's relatively practical. You know, I'm not sure if this is quite as practical, but could you ask the student teacher to
completed a MOU with the state that says if I'm not, I agree to pay, like we do MOUs all the time, where if we're paying for somebody's education, we require them to stay for X amount of period of time. Could you ask them to complete an MOU to accept the dollars? And if you don't stay for longer than 3 years, then you are responsible to pay that back. I don't know how practical that is, or applicable that is, how easy that would work for the state, but that could be one.
The dollar amounts that we're talking about, I'm not sure that it's worth the time and effort to even gauge that, because we're not talking, what, $500, $1,000, maybe a month? What would students, what would they get paid approximately?
People just throwing out like the rural student teaching initiative right now to pay student teachers to go to rural community is $10,000 for the semester. Not that we would have to do that, just to throw out what, but also, back to your point, Rob, so right now, there are school districts in the state that pay student teachers a stipend, they pay moving expenses, they offer housing. I mean, I think it's gonna be hard to get away from that. I think, there's a set amount from the state that's awarded to a school, to be reimbursed for offering a student teacher a stipend. I think it's good to have a set amount, but then it's gonna be up to each school district. Like Jim said, they can offer more, to try and incentivize it, get people to rural communities. It's happening already. It's gonna happen.
I asked Kristen if she could find the data. We know how many teachers are being churned out each year from the universities. I mean, that would give us a pretty clean indication of how many there are. We don't necessarily know how many are staying in state. But I mean, to your point, Patty, if we know that 80% of the teachers are staying in state, isn't it good for us to incentivize those 80%, even if it does mean 20% are getting a nice little bump to go to Montana or South Dakota or Minnesota? Because the tracking mechanism that I can think of is DPI gets the MISO 3 report in October, and they find out the teacher license isn't there from someone that got reimbursed when they reimbursed from the school. And then DPI has to track that person down and say, hey, you owe us. I mean, I don't know that the time involved would be worth recouping the funds, but.
I can't envision them doing $10,000. I'm thinking that our teachers don't make $10,000 in a month. If our teachers are making $10,000 a month, it should be.
In 16 weeks, 15 to 16 weeks, depending on the university. But
Yeah, but that's still almost what teachers are getting paid. So I was thinking much less than that. I think anything will be welcome to our graduates to be than nothing. And that's, if you can make it, I was thinking like $1,000, so I must be. We didn't get anything. Yeah. Yeah. I think it'd be a good investment.
I was thinking 5 or 6, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
smaller
was
than
thinking,
10.
the smaller, yeah. We know that one of the reasons they don't say might be the tension is from not having any money, might just actually push some people to be get a job and after that. So, but as far as North Dakota, they have to say the job, their license. Right?
They don't have to give it for license, is that what you mean? They just have to make a process study and then go straight to Minnesota, they don't have to get them.
Potentially have senators.
Some do, we recommend they do. Some choose.
So Jenny, could you maybe just jot this down, Katie's in the middle of so instead, what we're talking about here is the task force recommends the late legislature provide student teaching stipend reimbursements to schools or teachers completing whatever the rest, student teachers. And then nothing about staying in North Dakota for 3 years or anything.
We initially did have wording for this. And we did also include that we're only going to do this for North Dakota student teachers coming from a North Dakota university. So that was another component we had in there, so that could be.
They're going to Aberdeen, but students teaching in Ellendale, they're not eligible.
That is what our initial thought was, yes.
So we have the task force recommends state agencies, which will change to the legislature. Provide reimbursement to school districts who pay student teachers for North Dakota universities. A stipend for the student teachers.
What's the rationale of?
I think the idea was, if they're going to Aberdeen University, whatever the university is there, that they're likely to go back to that community. I don't know, I guess we just.
We have a lot of North Dakota students that would on that border that actually do go down there.
Yeah, and we were talking about MSUM as well,
Okay.
overhead, I think we were just trying to keep it smaller.
And that is why I like to say as long as it's small as they need to make it. I don't know, we should.
Sure, we could remove that.
And I think we start bigger.
International. They're not gonna feel like they're doing their job unless they reduce.
So maybe we need to say provide reimbursement to North Dakota school districts. I guess it was kind of implied in my head that we're only talking about school districts in North Dakota, but maybe we need to say reimbursement to North Dakota school districts. Who pay student teachers.
And then so that fall it would end after 2 North Dakota school districts would pay for student and teachers, period. And this is a little confusing. Are the districts paying them? Or are they paying for expenses for them? I mean.
I think they just give them a stipend, so the district will just give them a stipend, they can decide how they want it to be used, right?
Paid student teacher stipends.
Correct, and then the school would get reimbursed.
And by that, who paid student, for students. Originally just said pay for student teachers.
So maybe the task force recommends the legislature provide reimbursement to North Dakota school districts who pay for student teacher stipends. Or reimburse, I guess, legislature reimburse.
I'm not sure if it works smoothing or not, but should we say school districts to pay for student teacher stipends? Instead of who conveys it's kind of an optional thing, like I might want to or I might not want to. I think to pay for defines it better.
And then just to clarify, do we want to provide a dollar amount?
If you do, it would be easy to chop it down, so ask for 5,000, but it's down to 1,000, you'd be good.
Just let the legislature do it.
I don't know, these recommendations will be part of the governor's budget. And it would be their work with OMB, it might be. So, I don't know.
I think that's beyond our scope. Yep. We make the recommendation, let other people figure out how to pay for it, what to pay, yeah. Okay.
So can I comment on that last one? It says recommend state agencies support. What does support mean? Like, what are we really asking DPI to do in that one?
That's why I was a little unclear on that as well. I mean, I certainly am supporting now Northern Cass and Fargo in their teacher leadership. We're providing opportunity, we're helping them find funds, helping them find instructors, so. But that's on a case by case basis.
Yeah, that's my point. I don't know that we.
Yeah.
How do you define, I mean, you probably would say, yeah, that's a good idea. Is that support then? I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing. I just don't know that it's an actionable item. I don't know that we can define what the state agency support is unless we distinctly lay out, like, this is what we expect DPI to do as a recommendation.
And here's what generally happens, is we change that one to say legislator incentivize local and state initiatives. I mean, the way that the process works is the legislature incentivizes, it sets up a program, and then the expectation that the department executes that. So I think we can take out the task force, state agency support, and just begin with recommend the legislature incentivize.
My bad.
And I guess some of the conversation that might help you guys write this better than I can articulate, but we had talked about, other programs like the Choice Ready Grant, where school districts can apply for a pool of money for their local teacher leadership initiative, whatever that may be for whatever district. And, TPI would support that process and kind of administer it, I guess.
So thank you for bringing that up, because that is a really good example. So the reason that the districts have received much more direct financial support from the department in the last 4 years because we had COVID funds. And so now this is the last administration. So, but we are working with the senator to continue those Choice Ready grants, but with any bill that they pass, it's our job to administer. So I think that the way that we've written this is good.
Any other discussion around these recommendations, which there were 4 and now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? The only group to manage.
One of their wording, should it be teacher leadership opportunities instead of teaching leadership? Teachers on the last.
Thank you.
Teacher leadership.
Thank you.
It's probably more for Hunt. I noticed and this may not even find its way into the last report, but the link for teacher leadership academies is not a North Dakota Teacher Leadership Academy. That's a South Dakota 3-day program. That's not. So I wouldn't use that if you're using that in further documents.
There is a link to our teacher leadership academy.
There was a link, but not through it's a South Dakota program. It's like a 3-day seminar.
We have one.
Berries or NDSU.
NDSU has one, University of Jamestown. I don't know if we would want to tie to one or the other, but I'm sure there's others.
So just like the university system. Any other discussion? Okay.
I'm just curious, the last one we did a little bit different, but these were the second bullet, the first bullet, more of a general statement. Do we want to be kind of consistent? Does this make sense to our teachers when we look at this like our last one? We kind of like that, put that first wording and then put the task force rather than underneath it. Do they want to do the same with this one or they use that?
I think we should do the same. Jim and I both whispered we were jealous of your headaches, so.
We wanted more.
Yeah.
Maybe we could add some.
We were just hungrier than you all ever ate.
But I kind of liked it. It's a little more short too. You knew exactly what it was. Here's the explanation to it.
On that first one, could we take across the state? So, mentorship through ND Rise for teachers within their first 3 years, we can take across the state.
I see it.
First 3 years in teaching, or is that first 3 years in the district? Make their response.
So we said first 3 years in the profession. We went around and around with that to and we're definitely open to feedback as to how to make that more broad. So we don't want it to be just these first 3 years in the profession and then we're teaching first grade, but now you're going to teach high school science. You should probably mentor again.
Sorry, Jenny, I actually have written down that we decided a new position.
Okay.
Yeah, instead of the profession, I mentor if, let's see, I recently had a science teacher who was previously an elementary teacher. And so to support people like that as well, because it's like taking on a whole new job.
We're going to special education.
So change
In a new
first 3 years in the profession to in their first 3 years in a new position.
Yes. So now we need verbs
So the first two bullets could be provide mentorship. I mean, it could be that simple. Provide mentorship for the first two bullets.
Fun. What it says,
Fun.
fun mentorship,
Fund mentorship.
teacher mentorship.
Well, and the next one is
Fun
administrative. So I think we could, for those two bullets, they could both go under
Oh, I see.
fund mentorship.
Grow your own category, right?
This is the CTE one.
So these next two could be create more teachers. I mean, develop more teachers.
All,
Yeah.
TT.
Fun. Fun pathways.
Fun educator pathways.
Yeah, fun educator.
We can have all three bullets in there, right?
Yeah.
Nailed it. Look at that, you went, yeah,
Reduced goal.
yeah. I thought you had five, but you only have two.
And just to clarify, we didn't decide to keep the teacher mentorship and the administrative mentorship separate. We didn't want them tied together and not support the administrators. We didn't want to see the funding for the teacher. So,
Any other discussion? All right, we have 3 minutes for flexible funding.
It's yours, you can, that's right. You can do it.
All right.
If we can't, it's all your fault.
Now, here's the deal, we didn't add a whole lot of language. so
Great.
You go ahead and copy the previous ones, or you can just edit straight from them. Because we're just gonna add a little bit of language. So, this one is going to read after North ND Rise. Oh,
Just making sure we're in the right order. Okay.
after the North Dakota Teacher Support System, which is now ND Rise. It's also going to say, and other appropriate organizations. NDU has a lot of resources, so, I mean, there are other organizations that have a lot. So right after North Dakota Teacher Support System, put, and other appropriate organizations. And then after financial planning training, it will say for pre-service providers and schools to be provided to pre-service teachers and teachers new to a district. So this is not just training that's out there, you know, like TFFR has training for retirement. That's not what this is. Now, after the word comprehensive financial planning training, we're gonna specify what some of that training looks like. Yep. So this one will say to include salary matrix, TFFR plans and payouts. I don't know what the right word for that is. Health insurance plan differences. Well, good. Good. Contract benefits,
Sorry, TFFR plans.
health insurance plan differences. Contract benefits. (504) deferred plans. And other related benefits. In essence, I mean, really what this is maximizing benefits for educators.
That's the word. There's a penny.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll send it in another way.
Making it happen.
Very convoluted.
Here's, and here's where I'm at, and I use this example all the time. I had to attend one of those trainings as a prerequisite for attending the first month of employment with Bismarck Public Schools. I was 24 years old. I could care less. I checked the box and I brought a stack of papers to correct, and I attended. So, I mean, it's the example that I've used for the last 30 years of, in order for it to be relevant teaching, it has to be relevant in the moment. And that student needs to know it for an end goal, and that's when best learning occurs. So it's kind of interesting, since I've been using that seriously for like 30 years now, I've been using that example. And that's what we're recommending. Could it be a service that is offered when they need it? Like, so rather than offer comprehensive, what are we saying? Comprehensive financial planning training, to offer comprehensive financial planning support and services.
I think the thought was to provide onboarding tools for school districts that they can implement during their onboarding procedures.
And that's when I took it, and it was,
So.
but I needed it, 2 years later when I was picking out a health plan as my family was growing, but I didn't have it.
So here's the thought. Right now, every school develops these trainings on their own. There's TFFR has a training when you turn 55 that everybody goes to. Other than that, nobody trains anything. You go to the business manager, she says, here's the health plans. And then the new teacher goes home and says, Mom, Dad, what should I pick?
Yes.
What should I do? Instead, here are the 2 plans we offer, and here's information about them. I mean, that's really what it is. Here is what one side of TFFR payment is. Here's what 2 sides of TFFR payment is. Here's vesting and retirement. So if you make it to 7 years, if you make it to 30 years, it's also not like a required training that every kid goes through, but rather it's a resource to the schools so that it's the same all the way across the state. So it's not just left up to whatever you have or whatever you can share with your teachers. We know every teacher is going to have access to the accurate benefit information regardless of where they go. Yeah, I mean, we left that detail out.
Well, I would.
Actually see that, one-stop shop, what do I need to know? I mean, what do I need to know? Click, here's the information.
I think part of this goes back to like financial literacy efforts too, like, I think that to be fair to schools, I think there's only so much schools can do as well, right? Like people have to choose to engage and people have to choose to ask a question, and some of us might still call their dad, used to be an insurance agent, to ask for advice. But I think that providing the resource, right, so that's not the barrier for a school, I think is really critical. If people choose to access it and do something with it, that's on them.
Yeah, Superintendent, I would suggest that if you look back however many years later and that wasn't anything that resonated with you, I would think that what you were being told wasn't very relevant. I would think that most teachers, I was a young teacher at one point too. And I didn't care about TFFR at that time, but if I had known what my payout was gonna be at the end, I would have started listening. We don't know.
Maybe it was the
We
style
just,
of the.
that's what I'm saying, we don't know what it is.
Right.
And the more information we get about, the more specific information you can get on benefits to people, the more they're gonna understand it, the more it's gonna resonate with them. I would say, if you're just saying, you're giving them basic information about a health insurance plan, they probably aren't gonna care. But if you can draw it to individually how that impacts them, I think it will. And if they get the same consistent message, if it's, developed collaboratively, and every district gets modules in these areas that they can share with their teachers and it's consistent, I would even say do it to pre-service teachers in higher ed too. But if you can do that, I think people will feel a little bit more connected with what those benefits are.
To add to that, as a teacher who's been around longer than 3 years, but not at retirement age, do we only offer it to those pre-service teachers and new to a district, or is it just a resource that is provided for all? So when it comes time to need to look into that stuff, right, after you've made choices and signed the boxes, you can go back and check and have that, because I feel like with the teachers that are my age, right, that I'm teaching with, a lot of us do have the questions and we don't know where to go, and we still are getting like the very basic answers when we do ask them. It's just not going as deep to help us, you know, financially prepare for the future or for right now.
Abby, I think that's so good, and I could easily see this going into a dashboard or going into like the Ed Hub where teachers go to look for classes that they can take. The reason those two are listed is because those two need it up front. But yeah, we want everyone to be able to access it when they need it, 3 years later, or 5 years later, or whatever, like after their first baby. You know, it'd be great if you looked and you said, I want to switch from a PPO to an HSA. I should do that next year. But if you don't know what a PPO and an HSA are,
And I think the reason we put this on here as a recommendation is because we want to make sure that the profession, the people that are in the profession understand the benefits of that. And that communication doesn't always go as far as it needs to go or.
I have a thought here, but maybe this is not the time, but I feel like it's too many words.
It's a lot. It even have many words.
So I don't know if we can do that later, but.
yep, we got into the weeds a little bit. We only had 2 that we had to do.
I think you can do it similar to, I think you can just end it with, to offer benefit, you know, to ensure better understanding of benefits or something, and then you can list under there, and you know, another bullet, examples include but are not limited to comprehensive financial plan. Yeah. To include salary matrix.
Perfect.
Okay.
We'll do that.
Okay.
Here's the second one, and if you thought the first one had too many words. So we are gonna combine these two. These 2 bullets, basically, so both of them are going to be a study. So we'll do a legislative study to explore the feasibility, impact, and process of these 2 bullets. So creating a health insurance pool, period, and providing financial incentives to districts that simplify their teacher pay scales by reducing, et cetera, period. This study should include cost benefit analysis, plan designs, coverage, administrative costs, et cetera. So we just combine these 2 into one study. Employees, school employees.
Should you put educators instead of teachers and generally? Yes, everybody.
I think school employees, yeah.
No, wait.
School
Right,
employees on
first, the first one, creating a health insurance pool for school employees.
Gotcha.
Any discussion on these 2?
Sorry, yeah, I do, just for the record, I think anytime we have problems, we should throw our cards on the table and analyze any solution that we think would be best. But for the sake of the record, we're talking about mandating a health insurance pool for all the schools, or mandating statewide pay scales. I'm not sure I'm supportive of that, but I am absolutely supportive of studying every solution to the problem.
Rob, I fully agree with the health benefits, but that's because REAs provide a pool for health benefits in state already, so. Any other comments? Discussion?
I would just say on the study portion, in the work session this summer, that the way we ended up at study is, I don't know a lot about state health insurance pools. So it was like, let's get some information from some experts to see what the savings would be. If there is savings, is it enough savings to do something like that? And I think even Senator Revel had talked about if you were gonna go to something like that, it would be a long-term process of multiple legislative sessions to get there. But this maybe would start the ball rolling and keep the conversation going.
I do like that this does not say create a statewide insurance pool. You know, it's study what a statewide pool would look like. So we're not saying, let's use PERS for everyone, saying, let's figure out how this would work if everyone was in a pool. Any other comments, discussion? It's your chance to say it. You only get to say yes or no after this.
This is gonna throw up. But as long as we're studying things, and should we be studying creating a retirement system of portability? Because there are a lot of people, I know I told you it's Bob, but if we're studying and because there are people that are staying in, they're staying in the profession, not because they really want to be a great teacher anymore, but they're already 10 or 15 years into it. And they don't have, we're high. And, you know, I've heard this, spent a lot of time on the Minot Air Force Base this last year. And I've heard that from families that have moved to North Dakota, their spouse, an airman who moves to North Dakota, their spouse is a teacher, and they're working in the insurance business because they never are able to build enough retirements in states that don't have that portable. And I see Abby's nodding and affirming. And so I just think having the choice, providing the choice, similar to, you know, other entities, again, I know it's a really, really controversial conversation.
That's funny. I said the opposite. I said, let's increase the vesting age.
So the idea of, for a young person at 25, I mean, they might have 10 more years of teaching in them, good teaching, but the idea, they might, some cut bait earlier because that's when they come to the age of understanding a little bit more, asking those deeper questions, and then they realize that they're either gonna do this for the next 35 years, or they gotta cut bait now.
So I have a fairly strong opinion on this. You representing teacher fund for retirement, which you also serve on. We have had discussions about what aspects of, you know, sometimes people think about the defined benefit and defined contribution, that there's only two options. There's many options
in between
that exist in the middle. And I would suggest that we let TFFR, as we already have, continue that conversation about what that may look like, as opposed to us suggesting, you know, with very little discussion, that we should.
Thank you. We recommended to TFFR that they work with our, I mean, we are supposed to be, but, and they are,
Yeah,
but.
I
under
won't
this
support that.
leadership-
I think that's the discussion that we should be having at this table at a greater level than just throwing in a recommendation at the end. We haven't talked about that at all. I would think that would deserve a little bit more attention.
And again, just to, yes, I serve on the TFFR board, so, but the PERS members already also served, and you guys had those conversations with the legislature, so.
Just a question on the bullet there relating to incentivizing it, you know, it follows the colon of the task force recommends legislative study to explore feasibility, impact, and process. Are we really exploring the incentivizing of districts, or are we exploring what it would look like if we had smaller steps? Do you see what I'm saying? Are we the incentivizing, or are we actually looking at the application of reduced steps that we're studying?
Well, I might have to weigh in, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think the study would actually be the process of simplifying the teacher pay scale, right?
Yeah, and then I think maybe the second one would be, and then what would it look like if the legislator incentivized a district? Like, I almost feel like it's two separate things. One is looking at if we had a recommendation of 5 steps or 5 lanes, what would it look like for Brett and Abby in their school district as a teacher, you know? And then the second thing is what could the legislature do to incentivize districts to move to that, to make it an easier transition for Brett and Abby to move into a pay scale like that? So I feel like it's almost a 2-step process, but I don't think the study is the incentivizing. The study is, what does the matrix look like to pay teachers?
Luke, I wanted to know, I did talk to Levi about this, and he already knew about the Oregon model. He said you may want to actually look at that before you recommend it for districts like ours. He said it is not cheap. It's not cheap. It would take a pretty big incentive to get us down to even 10.
It is not cheap for big schools. I mean, we talked about that in our group, that smaller schools have a much easier time of doing this because they know exactly where they fit, so they know what lanes they can cut, they know what steps they can cut, they know where their cost points are, where everyone goes up instead of anyone. Yeah. Without several $1 million
Lots of dollars.
increase, yeah.
We tried to take out a couple, it was. Oh my gosh, that we were taking some spots already.
Any further discussion? To be clear, in terms of reducing the matrix, the goal is that everyone goes up. Never that anyone goes down because other people went up. So
Do we think we need to add a statement regarding all of the benefit statements, that the idea here is to save money on benefits, to add dollars to teacher salary? Or that was really kind of the initial conversation too. Is that worth explaining here, or is that just gonna muddy the waters more?
So almost like ensuring preservation of teacher salary, or
I think.
Putting money in the
was looking
pockets.
at the total benefits to see if there's a cost savings that can then go back into, which is what we talked about. But the reason you're doing isn't just to get rid of things, just to put it back in.
so the bullet here could be shifting dollars to salary.
Study.
Ensuring highest salary possible.
Another bullet.
The heading.
The heading.
So the heading could be ensuring the highest salary possible.
I think that also.
I'm just gonna say it, because I've said it to the people on my left and my right. As a teacher person here, I don't think I can vote for that one. Like, I know we're not voting yet, but that's messing with a lot. I don't know, and I know it's a study. Just feeling a little nervous representing the teachers up there, so. I would agree, and I think we need a little bit more clarity into what that study means, because I think as teachers, you're gonna see this and you're gonna panic. And it's not going to be something that's promoting the profession or building culture or climate or anything, right? Like, people are gonna hear it and immediately freak out. And that's gonna be the new talk of that work, but I think if we can clarify the intent, it may help. But they're going to see reducing number of steps and lanes with equity and transparency, thinking, oh, everybody should just get paid the same, and it doesn't matter how long I've been here, those types of things. And I think it could really create a lot of problems. Yeah, so maybe it is the language in part. I I just went to the restroom, but I also have questions, you know, beyond what does that mean? For Brett, who has been teaching, you know, for I don't know how many years, Brett, a lot. You know, so anyway, I don't want people to read and panic. I know that we have a lot more background at this committee, but the folks who will read our recommendations do not. So I'm not sure where to go with this whole thing. I said at the beginning of the day, though, that I was uncomfortable with this, so still.
I guess what I've seen happen is wherever you look at schedules matrices that have been compressed, it raises all individuals in the matrix. And it simplifies things, I believe. But again, I think the whole purpose of compression in any matrix is to reward those professionals much earlier than what many of these schedules call for. I've seen, I believe the longest schedule I saw was 42 steps. No, that's plumb ridiculous. It doesn't take 42 years to be a professional teacher. My God. Let's reward these teachers in a timely fashion for all of the education and experience that they have. What other profession requires you to be at 35 steps before you're a senior engineer or a senior accountant? I can tell you in the private side of things, we waited that long for our engineers and our accountants and all of the other professions that we deal with. They would never stay with us. And so the purpose of the study, I believe, is to let's find out when a teacher actually is at the top of their game. I think it's no more than 7 years, to tell you the truth. If you aren't proficient by your 7th year, go find another job. And you should be at the top of the scale at that point in time. So I'm looking at lifetime earnings. That makes way more sense to me in a study. Let's look at the lifetime earnings of the teacher. Because if you can start them all at $35,000 or $40,000 and make them go 30 steps, I can tell you lifetime earnings on a compressed schedule is going to be substantially higher, probably way more attractive, and I think we're going to get the teachers we need with the compressed schedule. But you have to start somewhere. If we're fearful of making changes because the most senior teachers are going to get penalized, I think that's the wrong way that we're looking at this. I'm thinking the most senior teachers should get rewarded along with all the other teachers. But if we don't get our starting salaries up, we can throw in the towel, people. So I think that's why we have a study.
No, I agree with that. I just think that the wording, people are going to see this and yeah, do you have wording?
Simplifying district teacher pay scales, so not talking about reducing, so we just go simplifying district teacher pay scales. With the intent to get teachers to top pay earlier, they said, which is what.
With the intent to increase lifetime.
To increase lifetime earnings.
And then I also think, so I hope you know that I'm not speaking with my own feelings, but this is the thing that the most people came to me to talk about. And it will be, when it hits the newspaper, that will be the thing. But that said, I like your wording very much, but I would encourage as people come to talk, I think the other part that we don't have in this section is we are trying to award leadership too. And so there will be other things that, you know, I think can be incentivized.
I think it's clear that we're trying to add to the, rather than reduce, we're trying to add to, you know, yeah, I am in a twilight, I guess you could say, of my career. But I have a daughter that's starting her career. So, you know, I see I'm on both ends of the spectrum right now. Do I want my daughter to start where I started? Absolutely not. I mean, that was rough. So I understand exactly what you're saying. But I also want these new teachers that are coming in not have to go through what I went through when I first started teaching it. Barely above poverty level, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Senator Rebel, I totally agree with what you're saying, but you know, 10 years engineers right now are not at the top of their game. because I have an engineer who's been in here, she's nowhere near the top of the pay for engineers. She still has to work through to get to that top pay, but she's paid really well. But I think that Ashley's got a good point. This is really, every time we talk about salary, compressing our lanes, with our teachers, it is a huge mix. And we try and get, you try and explain the whole thing, but if they are held where they make more money by the next step up, and we can compress them a bunch at the same time, which we could find, we can't do it. So I mean, if this has got to be kind of a statewide, we're already at a disadvantage. Fargo has a lot less things than we have. And when we looked at the total dollars at the end, I'm not sure that their teachers make more if they stayed, maybe if they stayed 30 years in the same district, but they don't. And they keep them around. So it can be, there's definitely things to do better. I'm just not sure. We've had these lanes since long before I was in this district. We haven't added lanes to it, but it's just always been that way. It's just too hard to compress up. It'll be interesting. And as far as starting salaries, just an idea that right now, when we look at professions, I want to get our new teachers as much money as we can, but if you look at the hours that we work for 182 days compared to the starting nurse in the community, our starting nurses are making $32 an hour. They work 12-hour shifts, 365 days, or a lot more days than 182. And if we look at an 8-hour day for teachers, it's $31 starting pay. So it's like,
See, I guess my suggestion is the study should not just be looking at what we have right now, steps and lanes. If I look at any other union contract, which I'm involved because I was in business, not everybody should be on one matrix.
I agree.
And you're already doing it in school districts. I know Fargo did it. They had 6,000 for every special ed teacher this past time off the schedule. Well, really what they're doing then is they have multiple jobs and they have more than one matrix when they start doing things like that. So I think the study should include not just looking at what we have, what would work better. And I think there should be classifications in schools because special ed teachers are tough to find. We all know that. And we're all doing things really weird to get those. And keep them, yes. So what would be wrong with having grade 1, 2, 3, 4? And there's going to be jobs within those grades and different matrices that you're dealing with. It may make it a little bit more complex, but it's going to make it more workable. You're going to fill the jobs that you need to fill. And so I think the study just looking at steps and lanes may be incorrect. Let's look at all types of pay schedules that we can work with here that would maybe, I see very few unions. You look at any union, look at the auto work, you can look at carpenters, auto workers, anybody. They don't have one matrix. Not even close. They have multiple matrices. And it's because it's the level of education responsibility and hard to fill jobs that you're dealing with. And maybe that's what we need to, without a study, we don't find out this stuff.
So maybe is it better than a second bullet rather than being very specific about, basically we're talking about compression. Would it make more sense to say analyze compensation structures to maximize lifetime earnings? Would that cause less consternation?
I think that would be better.
So analyze compensation structures to maximize lifetime earnings.
And then hearing from our educators, as long as when the study happens, it just doesn't immediately turn into, let's talk about how we compress the salary schedule. That might be a mechanism, but.
We never like to, we have such a great group of people that we're doing negotiations, but some will say that, elementary teachers don't work as hard in the secondary, or middle school teachers work harder than secondary, or English teachers are working way harder than PE teachers. And so I think that's what's happening with when everyone gets paid the same, you don't get to differentiate exactly what you're talking about. And I totally think there should be. I'm not sure I want to be responsible of saying who is in that structure that should get paid more. I think our special ed teachers probably, maybe not all, I would think they would be, that's just my opinion. But I know that every time we try and have this conversation, that maybe we should change our pay structure based on that no matter what group we speak to, and then, well, I work harder than they do, or I work harder than they do. And so then what happens? We just leave it the same and everyone is, K-12 is all the same and we don't differentiate things.
I do have an answer to that. It's called compensatory factors. And all HR professionals will come out with what's a compensatory factor. And you actually can use that tool to determine what are the requirements for each specific job. And then what it does is it aligns it in from top to bottom based on a compensatory factor. And we do this in business all the time. We have to, because of course, the president of the company versus the janitor on the floor, of course, there are going to be different compensatory factors that we're going to deal with. But what are those factors? And then do we agree to those factors? Once we agree to the factors, it becomes very easy.
We've had that conversation and I'm with you 100%, but I usually get that, well, Patty, we're not a business, we are a school, which comes out, which makes it even more difficult, but I totally agree. I'm curious to see even if you came up with those recommendations. It's still in our negotiated agreement that says X and everything is listed in there. So the conversation, even if you got there, we still would have to have our entire group agree that you're going to switch to that, and that would be a conversation. But I totally agree 100%.
And I think the process is there, so he used it in business, it's the way that the state system is for all of us at BPI are educators, but we just have different jobs and it's would say that, so what they use in their system of REAs. But I think the point is, the process is there, it'll be hard.
Well, luckily, we aren't studying this right now.
Right.
Thanks, Luke.
Where we're at is, we recommend a study for feasibility impact process, the grading a health insurance pool for school employees and analyzing compensation structures to maximize lifetime earnings.
It should be analyzed.
Thank you.
And so I just want to revisit, all three of our teachers kind of affirmed the way we had it before. None of our teachers could get behind it, which was eye-opening for me and would have definitely shifted my vote. So for you three teachers, reading through the way this is worded and the intent of it, how does this sit? Or how do you think it might sit with your peers?
I think I can explain this a lot better to anyone back home who asks me questions, that it has positive implications, so. And it's more open to the results as well. It's more open to see what we find and to go.
I think the other key point is it's a study.
Yeah.
It's a study. We're just looking into, I mean, you have to start somewhere. And maximizing is an important word, I think. Everybody's looking, we're all looking for ways to increase teacher pay across the board, not, and so I think that's something very important that we have to stress.
Okay. Very good. We're now 40 minutes late. That would be so simple. We're now to a point where we vote. We have in total, 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10 recommendations. We were hoping, I believe, for 6 to 8. We have 10 on the table, so we'll find out if we get to 6 to 8 or if we end up with all 10. But 10 is a manageable number, right? Okay. So we're not going to spend time prioritizing. We're going to vote on these. We are going to do a roll call vote. That way, if people are super excited about it and they outweigh the nays, nobody can say anything. But let's go right into the working environment. We have 3 of them. Normally somebody else reads out everybody's name, but we don't have somebody else to do that. Well, that's okay. I don't know who all the voting members of the task force are. That's the only
everyone
thing.
except Joe.
Okay, everyone but Joe. Okay. So does anyone have any questions? So I'm not even gonna read the whole thing. We have it in front of us. So for each one, I'll just say question 1, question 2, question 3, and then I'll call your name, yes or no. Katie will make sure she gets everybody down. Representative Swanbeck. Yeah, let's not forget Representative Swanbeck.
I don't think he's here.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
We'll see if we can get him back on by the time we get all the way around the table. You folks need a few minutes to just absorb everything we talked about, think about where we're at. Because we don't get to engage in discussion, we're just going to a vote. We just spent all this last hour and a half in discussion.
So just to be clear, if we just say no to something, doesn't mean that we totally disagree with it. Probably just don't think that it right is the level to take to the governor's task force to carry forward, correct?
That is correct. It is still going to go into the packet to the public, to the governor, to Superintendent Basler. It's just not going to be one of our formal recommendations.
10 is a lot.
10 is a lot. So if you say no to this, it's not like no one's gonna do anything with it. They still have access to it and there may still be discussions and whatever else. Because everyone's fully aware of what we're doing. The ones that we have a majority vote or affirmative to move forward will be in the formal recommendations. Everything else will be things we discussed and people can do with what they want. I think that's really important for us to know. I mean, something could come out of this task force that's not a recommendation, but we talked about it a lot. Any other questions or clarifications before the vote? Okay, so, we're gonna go this way. Okay,
Sorry.
Patty, you get to be the first vote on everyone.
I think we can go all for this.
Okay. So to question 1, providing safe and supportive environment. Pat?
Yeah.
Ashley?
Yeah.
Jim?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yeah.
John?
Yeah.
Rob? Dean?
Yes.
Kirsten? Luke is a yes. Maria?
Yeah.
Jen?
Yeah.
Sherry?
Yeah.
Abby? Brett?
Yes.
Is Representative Swanton on?
He's not.
1 on board. I have a newfound respect for the people that call votes.
They probably don't have to say our names and think, yeah, we could
Okay.
just go around.
Okay, so as long as we don't go too fast.
So we now have the order. We will call the same order. Okay, very good. Question number 2, Patty.
Yes.
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 Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Question number 3.
No.
Yes.
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 Yes. No. Yes.
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 Yes. Yes. No.
Yes.
In our second area of professional value and support, we are, there's 6. Voting on all 6 of these.
Well, I mean, the bottom one's just an example.
Oh,
Yeah.
5.
Oh, yeah. Bye.
Voting on 5.
You use just a second.
Oh.
Yep, let's take a moment to review them so that we feel comfortable.
Yeah. I don't think he's on the right one. He's not my way. Okay, please on the second email. And it's the one from me. There you go. It's from me. Yeah. Copy and paste those 3 slides instead of turning. Sure.
For complete.
Here he is.
transparency,
There he is.
Our technology issues were just glitching a little bit. Representative Swanton couldn't see what he was voting on. So we're gonna register his votes for those first 3. And we'll make sure that we get them registered for any others that he has technical difficulties in seeing. We don't have all the same technical abilities as the legislature.
Oh, for whatever reason, this afternoon, it's been putting me offline a number of times, but we'll give it a try again. It was worked perfect this morning.
He should be able to. I'm sharing my screen.
Representative Swanton.
Yes, I see it. Yes.
Okay, so we did a voice vote for everyone. Would you mind just giving us a yay or nay to the 3 that are on your screen now?
Okay, I'm looking at the first one is working group, working environment. I'll vote yes.
For providing safe and supportive environment, how about reducing barriers?
Yes.
And understanding school employee job satisfaction?
One clarification just on that last bullet point, Luke. When they say recommend school boards include employee satisfaction in driving their strategic goals, is there the assumption that surveys would be encouraged to understand the culture and the work environment? Or how are they going to determine what employee satisfaction is?
We talked about.
That was just a question.
Yeah, we talked about that. It's up to them how they want.
Okay, I would say yes.
Thank you, and sorry for the technical issues.
No problem.
We'll move forward to the next one, and Representative Swanton, just so that you're aware, I'm going to start with you. And then Patty will go next, so we'll just slightly shift our order, but then he doesn't have to know who said yes first, so. With funding mentorship, the item is number 1, and so Representative Swanton.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
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 Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Item number 2, Representative Swanton.
And when you say item number 2, we're referring to the second bullet point?
Correct.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
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 Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Bullet number 3, Representative Swanton.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Bullet number 4, Representative Swanton.
Yes.
Yes. No.
No.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. No. No.
No.
Bullet number. Sorry, Superintendent Baser, you had a question. What, did we have yeas and nays on that? Let's maybe just check on that.
Well, this is some four for us. Oh, can I, okay, I thought we were on, okay. Well, I have it on four. Student teachers. Student teachers, so we have 5 no's. And how many yeses? So that would be 10 yeses. I know.
We'll come back to revisit that. Thank you. Item number 5, this is recommending incentivizing local and state initiatives aimed at teacher leadership opportunities. Representative Swantek.
No.
No. Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Moving on to flexible funding. There are 2 maximizing benefits for educators and a study. So there are 3 bullets, but there's only 2, the top one and the bottom, all of that together. I'll give you all a moment to review them. We've got clarification. Someone said yes or no to something, they meant to say the opposite. So we're gonna make that clarification now.
For the record, on item number 4 in value support, that was dealing with stipends to free service teachers, I voted yes, and I need to vote no.
Which makes sense why she was like, what are we on?
I do have your vote calculated. Yes, I got my vote. Okay.
Has anybody, after you're done here, has anybody considered a change?
I will ask the same of everyone at the conclusion. To see if anybody else clicked the wrong button. On any vote. Okay, flexible funding, maximizing benefits, our first bullet, Representative Swantek.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
And our second bullet or recommendation, so it's that total package, the study. Representative Swantek?
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for voting. I'm gonna be asking if anybody would like to change their vote on any of these items in just a moment. But first I'd like to just call attention. We had one item where all three of our teachers voted against the recommendation. This was in reference to stipends for student teachers. And a few people would like, some context for that. If you're willing to share, that could be quite beneficial.
Look, then if we get even that feedback, would we then, if that shifts our own thinking, would we be voting again? Is that what you're? Yes.
I'm gonna be asking if anybody wants to change votes. Yep.
Thank you.
That's why they have
That's
to
helpful.
be doing the discussion beforehand instead of having, like, if there was surprise, all three of them just like, wait a minute. Especially with all the discussion we had, there was any indication that that was gonna be in there. So.
Okay, I'll go first. I'm just worried about the accountability. When you put in all that money I get that, I have a daughter who's been teaching soon. But I feel like, they go to student teaching and they just leave, but they leave the profession and say, after they find out they don't want that. What do we have? What do we have? I just, as I thought more about it, and believe me, I've been paying some of these bills. I understand all this. What's the accountability piece? If they get through their student teaching and they're like, no, this ain't for me, I've done my stuff. That was my concern.
What if they signed a contract in the state of North Dakota on advanced student teaching soon after that, all the contracts have to be signed? Yeah, because so often our contracts are signed pretty early. When our student teachers get done, they pretty much know if they're gonna have the ability. What if they would sign a contract, then they would get the funds for doing the student teaching if they sign a contract. Because a lot of times they're gonna know right away if we're gonna hire them or not.
But it doesn't eliminate the problem of they need the money in January.
Maybe before we get all the way to the depth of the answer on that, Abby, Ashley.
Go ahead. So a couple of things. I think when I was looking at like the whole list of 10, this was probably the least important to me. Yes, it could incentivize teachers or people thinking about teaching to go into the profession. But that's not really why I think a lot of teachers do go into the profession. And although the stipend would be nice and they say not to work, I asked Brett really quick, I was like, did you work when you student taught? And he's like, yeah, and so did I. And I worked at Blast, I worked for sporting events, like you kind of make things work. Would it be nice? Yes. Do I think it's the most important thing? No. And I would want to spend more time prioritizing things like, like teacher support, our students, the climate and culture is our behaviors being taken care of. All of those things would make me more excited to get into the workforce than hearing, oh, you get a stipend for this amount of time. So for me, it was really just prioritizing those, well, all 10 really. And that one just didn't rise as high for me.
I completely agree with both of you. I think that it's one part accountability. I was also in the working group that had this one, and if you recall, we completely changed it. And it was basically to what you just recommended, Patty, that you were against when we changed it. We had issues with it. And so I think it's just really hard to manage, like Brett said, it's hard to tie back to anything. And then as Abby was saying, the next bullet, as somebody who mentors teachers and sees teachers that are really good, I would love to see the money go there. Because I would love for people to be rewarded who are doing tremendous things in our school. And so it was just kind of weighing each of the bullets against each other.
In a way, the state has already invested in the problem that we're trying to solve with the $3 million ongoing appropriation for our teacher apprenticeship. So it's those individuals that are actually getting their teaching degree, going to college through the apprenticeship program, and doing their student teaching. So in a way, the state has addressed this with the $3 million. Actually not paying just for one semester of student teaching, but throughout their entire course. And there's 300 parent to teacher mean, this is not a small investment, it's like about 300, I think, that we have in the pipeline now through the apprenticeship program.
We have two in our school right now, parent teacher programs, and I think it's incredible because they're hands-on with the kids. It's a great experience. And I think that's a great place to start with this stuff, is to get these people that we already know are good with kids and reinforce them. We have tremendous paras. And I always say to a lot of the paras that are walking around, like, you would make a great classroom teacher to build these people up like that, what you're saying. I think that's important.
What do you think the incentive for the leadership looks like? I know we do some of that already, that we give money to teachers who are doing those. So what does that look like, right, in addition to what's, I'm trying to figure out, when you look at the importance here again of all of things that are on this list. And I said no to that one, because I'm not really sure what that means and what kind of dollars are tied to that compared to some of the other programs, so. I asked that question.
Yes, so this is also the same working group, and I think back to our first meeting, and I remember sitting by Rob, and he was so passionate, or maybe I was looking at him, and he was passionate about a badge system. And I know that there are other districts that are doing badges or micro badging incentives. And I think if we had some sort of basis in our schools for that, teachers who are, it's always the same teachers. You want good teachers on committees, you want to ask them their opinions. They're getting burned out because it's the same folks. So to reward them for that, in my small district, you don't get a stipend if you're on the professional development committee. You don't get a stipend if you're on MTSS. And so to have some opportunities for more districts to do that is why I think that's a really great idea.
Are there any other clarifying questions on items? Okay, so the legislature has little buttons that they can push and makes this go really fast. We don't, so. Just by show of hands or nods, are there any of the task force members who would like to reconsider the vote that they cast for any items?
I would like to support our teachers' voice on this task force, and I mean, when I hear what is a priority for them, I'd like to support that, so I'd like to reconsider my vote on the stipend block.
So that is value and support number 4. Clarification, it would be easier if we just all voted again. Okay. Representative Swantek, we are confirming our votes, I'll say,
Right.
on professional value and support.
Right.
Number 4.
Number 4, which begins with reimbursement for student teacher stipends, that one?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, I vote no.
No. Yeah. Yes. No.
No. Yes. No. No.
Are there any other items where votes need to be reconsidered by anyone? Okay, that concludes our voting. I do want to just verify with you all so we know what the vote counts are. For working group item number 1, we had full consensus, 15 yeas. For item number 2, we had 15 yeas. For number 3, we had 12 yeas and 3 nays. For value and support number 1, we had 15 yeas. Number 2, 15 yeas. Number 3, 15 yeas. Number 4, yeas, 11 nays. And number 5, 11 yeas and 4 nays. For flexible funding, both were unanimously supported. So of our recommendations, we have 9 that passed, 7 with full unanimous support. So that, of course, we can call attention to. So both the governor's office and Superintendent Basler know that we had 7 unanimously supported of our 9 recommendations. Again, I will mention everything's going in the report. It's just the top end is going to be our formal recommendation. So I would like to thank everyone. It's never fun to do a voice vote. It's, you know, throwing out exactly where you stand. But if anything, you are representing your people. So.
I just want, just because I said no, you mean I disagree with any of those, because I hate it when you do that. You feel like someone's gonna come back and say, how do you feel blah, blah, blah. Like, I was in support of all of them. I just know that the more you give, sometimes the harder it is to get what you really want, and you're gonna get lost in the weeds. Guidance a lot, so I hope that comes out better than that, but just want to reiterate that.
Thanks, Patty. Okay, so I'll bet you I have a sheet. I was supposed to read a few things a couple of different times and I missed them all, so hopefully that stuff gets to you somewhere. I would like to, I'm not gonna close out our meeting just yet, but I would like to thank everyone for your commitment. This has been a bit of a process. We put in extra time outside of what we all signed up for. I appreciate you very much for engaging in that. We had a lot of very good discussions. We did a lot of learning. Maybe at the forefront, we felt like, when are we gonna get to something that might make a difference? I believe we got to a place with 9 recommendations, 7 of which are unanimous, that can make a difference, that can help teachers feel supported and start to build the value that they so deserve. So I just want to extend my appreciation and my humblest apologies for us running long. I value finishing meetings on time, but the importance of this was rather high. So I'm going to turn it over to Maria. This is a task force formed by the governor's office, and she is going to close us out.
Thanks, Luke. First of all, I do want to give huge gratitude to Luke for sharing this. He wears many hats, has a very busy schedule. It's all over the state all the time, supporting teachers, students, buildings, administrators, you name it. And you did so well. So thank you so much. And also gratitude to our partners at Hunt. Well, first of all, I just want to, I know everyone is busy around this table. Some of you are supposed to be in classrooms with littles. Some of you are supposed to be supporting your teachers in a building. Some of you are supposed to be, in your agencies leading the next piece. Some of you are supposed to be in your districts, out being cheerleaders for your teachers and your principals. All of you matter, and all of you were selected for a very specific reason by the governor, to provide a very important voice. And I think today is exactly why we needed to have hard discussions. We needed to understand perspectives, and we needed to recognize how we can move forward. This task force, and I think the governor had said it, this is not the solution, right? We know we can't just fix this problem, but I think all of us together can try to figure out how we can do things better. And that's really what this is about. 3 kids in school, there is no one more important than the people who are taking care of my kids every day. And I know that that's for all of the students in our private, non-public and public school systems. And so the work that teachers do matters. And so that means that the work that this task force does matters. So please, just from the bottom of my heart, absolute gratitude from the governor. Your time, your commitment, your willingness to be here and spend your time. Might not be the last time you hear from me, but just super grateful for your voice, because that's what really matters. Just for some logistics. So Hunt will work with us to finalize the document, make it all pretty and beautiful and clear and all the things, that needs to be delivered to the governor, and to Superintendent Basler by the end of September. So that's our timeline. So that final report, right, will be done. If you of course have any questions or anything, you can reach out to Kristen, Katie, myself, Luke, certainly can follow up. You will probably see something a little bit more public. I will try to make sure that you're aware of that, depending on how the governor wants to share, kind of some of his next steps once he receives the report. I will be sure that you know what's coming. But I think also, I wanted you to encourage all of you, and I will say especially our teachers, find a way to share your voice during legislative session. I know you've got some guardrails on you. I know there's some rules you have to follow, but please do that, because we need to hear from you. And so anyways, thanks to everyone. Just business, sorry, this is not fun to end with, but make sure if you have your travel reimbursement, I need that. So please fill that out. We want to make sure you get reimbursed. Safe travels, thanks for everything. And have a great day. What? Oh, yeah, just fill out your evaluation so that we can tell clients how amazing they are and if they have any opportunities for improvement, because we all want to improve.
Give a presentation.
Sure.
On September 12th. So when do you think this will be done? Like
The report, I have an internal deadline.
Yeah, if I can get even nothing formal, just like those 10 recommendations and 7
That I can definitely do.
that